Call to order the City Council meeting for the City of San Carlos for Monday, June 13th. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by some members of Boy Scout Troop 321. Gentlemen, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Before we start tonight's agenda, I think it's important to acknowledge, the anger and sorrow that many of us are feeling for the events that happened in Florida over the weekend. And I would just like to say, that people of San Carlos are thinking about the city of Orlando and especially the LGBT community there. And if I could ask us all to take a brief moment of silence out of respect for those who lost their lives. Thank you. Item 3 on our agenda is changes to the order of the agenda. I would like to suggest we have a number of members of the public here tonight who would like to speak on the St. Francis calming measures, item 12A. And to make sure that they're not here too late with us tonight, I'd suggest that we move that up after item 10 and essentially deal with it as our first item of new business. Is any objections to that? All right. Item 4 is report from closed session. Mr. Rubens?
There's no report from closed session tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Prior to this meeting, the City Council interviewed 3 applicants for an open seat on the Transportation and Circulation Commission. We were very pleased to see 3 very qualified applicants who wanted to serve their city. Unfortunately, we could only appoint 1. But we're very pleased to say that tonight we appointed Sandra Nierenberg to join the Transportation and Circulation Commission. We congratulate Sandra, and we look forward to her serving the city in that capacity. Item 5 is council communications and announcements. Maybe we'll start on this end of the dais tonight with Matt.
I've got some pictures to go along with what I wanted to speak about. And I sent to the council in advance, I hope everybody got it, an email that explains, can you do that? I don't want to do it. If you could help me out. So I sent an email to the council in advance. It was just an information-only item that explained the situation on Primrose Lane, which is a private street, and they have an issue because water from the city's stormwater system is draining onto their street. And how do I get this so I can see the? Oh, there we go. So this photo here is one of the storm drains on Lyndhurst, which is the street above them. And then there's another picture that shows a second inlet that also is on Lyndhurst. This just shows Lyndhurst, and you can see, if you look closely, you can see both inlets. The next photo shows where after the water comes down through a closed pipe down the hillside, and it opens onto this concrete swale. There's construction going on right now because the property owner there is rebuilding a retaining wall on his property. But if you concentrate just on the concrete swale that's there, that's where the water is supposed to drain. And then it continues down Primrose in a concrete swale, if you could give the next picture. So there it is going down the rest of the street down towards Exborn, which is the street that Primrose empties out onto, both as a street and as a waterway. So the property owners there have been in discussions with the city about repaving their street and getting this repaired, because in a big storm event, the water tends to spill over and then it erodes some of the down, the properties on the lower end of that street on Primrose. And they've been talking to the city about coordinating efforts together, and they're kind of at an impasse on who should pay for what. And I thought, Bob and I went out and visited the site and met with the various property owners on the street. But it's a little, as you guys know, it's a little difficult to come to any decision on anything with just two council members sometimes because of the Brown Act and so forth, which is as it should be. But rather than going back and forth with staff and trying to work with two council members, I thought, and Bob thought it would be better, I think Bob's on board, to bring it to the entire council. And so what I'm asking for is to have a third council member agree that we could put this on the agenda, have a full staff report, get a report from the property owners, et cetera.
Bob, you want to share anything?
No, I think it's been going on for, how long, John? A couple of years? Where's John? 3 or 4 years. And it's been a positive discussion, but it takes a long time. I think I agree with Matt. I think if the council we could get one other council member, we could talk about it and hash out all the information that on all sides, and everybody would hear everything at once, so to speak, and then whatever decision the council comes up with would be the one that we would use.
And I forgot to mention, Mr. Basori, one of the property owners on Primrose, is here tonight. So.
All right. Well, I'd be happy to add my name to that. So we've got 3 council members, and
Okay.
we'll put it on a future agenda.
Very good. Thank you.
Matt, anything further?
No, that's all for tonight.
Bob?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any pictures, but so I wouldn't know how to do it. But
You go to Crystal, just in
that's
case.
right. Go to
yeah.
Crystal. She'll take care of it for you. One of the items, I'm going to be missing the July 11th meeting, and at that time we were scheduled to have a report on the situation that's in the city now of split lots and large houses. I got the staff reports from the Planning Commission that were heard, I guess, last Monday, and I read them over. And I've been talking to certain people in the community, some of whom are here tonight, I think, and will probably speak on public comment relative to this issue. I'm concerned that because government sometimes can move at a glacial pace, if we just have a study session on the 11th of July, and then we're off the next 2 meetings, we're not even going to get close to it till the end of August or September. And what I was proposing, and again, I don't know if my other fellow council members would be interested in doing this, is having this item put on our agenda either on the 20th, and I know Councilmember Olbert isn't going to be here on the 27th. So I was trying to see if we could have it on one of the agendas before we go out, or have a special meeting on either the 18th, or just have a council meeting on the 25th of July to discuss this item and see if we could come to some decision to be able to let the city know what we're doing. Because I know the staff report only indicated there were half a dozen possible lot splits at the moment, and that have been done, and there's some large homes obviously that have been built in the last year or so. The economy's moving. I think not every street, but certainly a lot of streets I drive on, there's construction going on. And I think this is a very important item, and I was hopeful that I could get 2 other council members to agree with me to put this on sooner rather than later to hopefully be able to study it and to actually make a decision. Not necessarily that we would skip the study session, but I think we're facile enough to be able to look at these things and have a discussion. If on the 25th we hadn't had a meeting planned and just concentrate on this item, I think that would be a situation where we wouldn't go into the night forever, but we would be able to have enough time to decide on it.
Is there any objection to expediting this item, either from the dais or from staff?
Potentially. Probably the thing that I would oppose is I very much want to participate in this discussion whenever it takes place, so I'd ask my colleagues not to schedule it for when I'm not here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to point out is I actually attended the Planning Commission meeting where this was discussed at some length. And I agree with Bob, it is in fact a very important topic. And my concern was, after attending the meeting, that I didn't see an awful lot of thoughts and suggestions about what we might do
coming back from the Planning Commission, because they didn't seem to think that we had given them the charter to do some brainstorming about what we might want to adopt as changes. And so I actually lean towards sending it back to them, saying, hold another hearing, but in addition to the hearing and having public input, have a discussion amongst yourselves and come up with some suggestions. Not necessarily that we're just going to rubber stamp, but to me, part of the value of having a commission is to get their learned input. And I don't think that we really have that at this point from the Planning Commission. So I'd almost say, yes, it's very important, but rather than expedite it, I'd say, let's task the Planning Commission with holding another hearing, and then as soon as they're done, expedite it back to us.
Anybody else want to weigh in here?
I would just jump in and say if it takes scheduling a special meeting of the council just for this issue, I think, I've watched the emails on it. It's important enough to the community that we owe the community that opportunity.
I would just have a question of staff. So if we put it back to the Planning Commission, what would be the possible date that they could hear it?
Al, when's the next Planning Commission meeting? And is there room on that agenda?
And are we allowed to schedule special Planning Commission meetings?
Yeah.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. So our next meeting is we're having one Wednesday night, but the next one is the 20th, but that's, it depends on what you're asking for, I guess. We do have a fair number of items on that meeting. Actually, that's not a good meeting. We're trying to, ask people to actually move off of that meeting because we have so many things going on. We would have one the 5th. The 5th and the 18th are our next two, although we were talking about taking off the 18th in alignment with the City Council, but we could always schedule something or ask the Commission about their availability or have a special meeting in July.
So I think there are two separate issues here. One, I think there's consensus on trying to pull the item from the June 25th meeting because Bob's not going to be there, making sure that we have the full council present to discuss this item. Is that okay? So then the second question is whether or not the council wants the Planning Commission to come up with some suggestions before we see it again, or I believe what was proposed for June 25th was a study session at which time the council would give direction to have the staff come back with a change to zoning.
Mr. Mayor, I thought the meeting was on the 11th.
July 11th is the meeting.
July 11th.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies, but
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss
so
something.
really the question is, do we want it to go to the Planning Commission again before we have a study session with the City Council? Matt?
Seems to me, I don't know if this would be the type of issue where we would do this, but it seems to me that there have been times where we've done combined study sessions with the council and a commission. And it seems we did one with the Planning Commission at one time. I can't remember what the issue was, but I just throw that out there, Mr. Mayor, if, to you as a possible option.
I would suggest that, as Mr. Olbert said, I have no problem going back to the Planning Commission at their July 5th meeting or July even 19th meeting, and get their input, but schedule our meeting for, let's say, July 25th, which would have been our normal meeting, but we canceled it. But have that meeting but not have a study session on July 25th. Have an actual decision type thing, and we'd have the input from planning in our hands.
Jeff, you want to weigh in here?
Yeah, I think just to make sure we're kind of all looking at this issue the same way, I think originally the reason why the council wanted to have study sessions was they wanted to provide plenty of opportunity for the public to be involved before the council made an actual decision. So there's a couple of options that I see for you, because the issue itself isn't actually time sensitive. We're on our own clock here. Nothing is driving the council to have to make a decision. And so one of the things you can do is you could put a moratorium in place, as we've talked about, which would, protect anything from happening and then allow the council to proceed at a more comfortable pace in engaging the council before they actually start settling on final decisions.
So, through the chair, so Mr. City Attorney, we obviously can't vote on it tonight, it's not on our agenda. The next meeting we would have, does it require a certain amount of votes to put a moratorium on, or to?
Yeah, moratorium is a type of urgency ordinance that requires a 4/5 vote of the council to approve. You can have, such an ordinance can last for 45 days. Before the 45 days run, the council, if it's going to be extended, it has to be extended within that time window. So because of when the meetings are scheduled, you probably would have to act pretty quickly or set a special meeting to extend within the 45 days.
Through the chair.
Ron's light's on, so let me go with Ron first here.
My only question was, is the moratorium, is that something that we need to agendize, or is that something that we could ask for tonight if we wanted to?
No, it has to be agendized.
It has to be agendized, okay.
Mark?
Yeah, the only comment I wanted to make is I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of a moratorium, but I do want to just make the point that as far as I know, and if somebody knows differently, please educate me, but as far as I know, there aren't any pending, for example, sales or lot splits right now this instant. So I tend to shy away from liking the idea of moratoriums unless there's some really urgent, the whole point of an urgency ordinance is that there's some urgency. And I don't know of any cause for urgency other than just something might happen.
Well, there's certainly one that's going to be applying, I think, on Carmelita, because that's the way it was proposed. That's hasn't been officially signed in with staff or anything yet, but that's certainly one there.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make sure we realize we're on public comment now?
Yeah, sorry.
And I'm just trying to make...
Communications.
Yeah.
So let me just weigh in here. I do think there is some urgency based on the fact that we've been talking about it for a long time. We've gotten a lot of public comment. I would like to see something come before the council. I think given that the schedulings and vacation schedules, we should do it at a special meeting. And rather than try and open everyone's calendar here, I would suggest that offline we look at what dates we can do in the next, say 6 to 8 weeks for a special meeting. Is there any concern about that?
No, we just need
And
to
and propose that we continue with the original plan, which was we've completed a study session at the Planning Commission. We then have a special study session. We invite the public to weigh in, and coming out of that, we have direction to staff about how to proceed. Any objections?
I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I think it would give more notice to people potentially affected, and it would probably be a net good result.
Okay.
I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor. On a related issue, I hope that in the future, when we task commissions with doing something, that either we're more clear or whatever, because we've often talked about how we want to have a more robust role for commissions, and to me, this would have been a perfect example for it.
I think it's good feedback.
Just could I ask a question?
Yes, please.
So we're all going to send in a date, or I'm sorry, I'm confused on how this is going to actually happen?
Yeah, the city clerk's going to contact us all and figure out what's a good date, and then it'll be a agendized public meeting.
And we're anticipating then after July 13th, or?
I don't know. We'll have to look at everyone's go.
Okay. All right, well.
I would say, as I'm sensing a desire to take this up as soon as possible.
Okay.
So I think we should move forward with that objective.
All right, well, task the city clerk with...
And just by means of clarification, are you looking at getting the study session itself agendized as soon as possible, or a moratorium?
And a study session.
Got it.
Unless anyone wants to weigh in.
Well, I think we should look to a moratorium personally, but that's just my... I don't know if
Does it
everybody
have to be either or? Can it not?
It's the will of the council.
That's where I thought we were going. So I'm sorry. I thought we were going to be doing a study session with the possibility of declaring a moratorium So if there's a way to put the agenda together to give us that option.
Okay. I hear two interested in a moratorium. Anybody else want to lend their voice?
Mine.
Okay, so we have three, and we're talking about a moratorium on lot splits, correct?
Yes.
And nothing to address lot coverage ratios or size of homes? Okay. All right, so we're going to agendize a moratorium on lot splits as soon as possible, and we're going to look for a meeting for a public hearing. Sound good?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Ron.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize if normally my council communications are pretty short, but a lot of things happened in the last few weeks that I feel that I should report out on. We all sit on a number of commissions and JPAs. Some of them just turn out to be back-to-back on the same days. It's just the way it works out. One of the meetings I attended is the Airport Land Use Commission, which is always an exciting meeting. But since the airport in the county is situated in our city, there was one item that it did impact our airport, and apparently Oracle wants to build a new tech high school very near their campus, and of course, because it's a two-story building, it falls within the flight zone of planes taking off and landing in San Carlos Airport. So the commission just basically determined that the new tech high school was consistent with the airport land use policies. Right after that, I got in my car, I drove down to the Samtrans building, and we had a special Caltrain local policymakers task force meeting where we learned that we need one more agreement with high-speed rail to make sure that we've got funding for electrification that's going forward. As some of you may not know, but many people may know just by reading the papers, Caltrain is on target to electrify all the trains between San Francisco and San Jose by the year 2021. Funding, depending on how that goes. But most of the funding is there. All the cars you see today will be gone. They will be replaced by what's called EMUs, or electrical mobile units, I believe. There's supposed to be an increase to about 4 trains an hour each way, so it's about 8 trains an hour, not counting high-speed rail. But the big issue that particular night was bathrooms. How many bathrooms on trains? You'll notice that the new trains have 1 per car. The old will have 1 or 2 per train. And every time you put a bathroom in, you take away seats. And because this is going to be a very high-speed system, it's going to get there quicker than the normal trains do. The discussion centered around how many bathrooms. And so it was agreed that there was a consensus among all of us that there would be 1 bathroom per train, not 1 bathroom per car. Now, we didn't make that decision. We have no authority. We're just a task force made up of city council members from San Francisco to San Jose. But so the Samtrans board later did indeed vote to include 1 bathroom per train. So after that, now what's happened with the Caltrain meetings that are every month is that every other month now we get a report from California High-Speed Rail. And they informed us that the project is well underway. They've got about 119 miles under construction, and they're using 266 private contractors during this construction process. Of course, none of us have seen anybody up here or anything going on up here, but I think if you drive down to Modesto or Merced or Fresno, you're probably going to see it down there. But there's another issue that does affect us, and that is that high-speed rail is considering 3 alternatives for passing tracks, because in order to make the whole blended system work, you have to be able to allow the high-speed rail trains to run unimpeded, and that means that sometimes they have to bypass the Caltrain. So they've been talking about 3 different routes of places where they're going to put passing tracks. Unfortunately, 2 of those passing tracks come through San Carlos. And anybody that knows what our berm looks like looks at that berm and thinks, what are you going to do? And so I asked that question. As long as you've got plans for a passing track through San Carlos, what's your plan? Are you going to tear down the berm and rebuild it? And the answer we got was that, as you know, the berm kind of is it's angled out and it's flat on top, and at least their response was they envision building vertical walls at the base of the berm and then filling in that gap so that they could put that extra track in. Now, before you get too terribly upset about that prospect, it's probably 15 years away. So if it happens at all. But that was the latest. As I said, there's no word on the timetable. And then last Thursday, I serve as the alternate to the Peninsula Clean Energy JPA. Mayor Johnson is the primary on that, and I went in his place. That particular organization is in its infancy, so there's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of work to be done to establish what they call master purchase contracts with power suppliers. And the Peninsula Clean Energy is a program that all the cities in the county are participating in to buy power at cheaper prices than you normally get it from PG&E. And they did note that while power prices tend to be going up, Peninsula Clean Energy is still planning on offering lower rates than PG&E. So that's the good news for now. As we know, power supplies and rates change all the time. I believe they are a commodity, if I'm not mistaken, and so the price can change. Okay, that's enough for the meetings I went to. I did want to come back and I'm sorry? No. This is my last item. I apologize. I didn't go to any more meetings. Oh, yes, I did go to the volunteer dinner. Cameron was there, Bob was there, Mark was there. So, but I wanted to report back on an item that we had discussed at our budget planning meeting last month. At that time, I said that I would I was willing to consider expanding the city's participation in the sidewalk replacement program. But I wanted to get some more input from staff on it before I agreed whether or not I wanted to proceed with it. And I did have those discussions. And at this time, I've concluded that I'm not in favor of the city committing any more funds than it already is. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Ron. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one item that I'll do here, and then I have a couple of things that I'm going to be doing from the podium, just because Crystal and I discovered that the remote control mouse doesn't reach all the way down to my end of the dais. I met with a couple of San Carlos residents this past week who expressed concern about an issue that I was aware of, but I hadn't really appreciated how significant it was, and that's the growing deficit of preschool capacity within San Carlos, and actually within many communities on the peninsula. And to make a long story short, there may be a reason for us to think about adjusting our land use policies because, as I understand it, preschools are technically not within the purview of the school district, which is its own land use agency, but therefore I presume by default the land use that governs it is ours. And as we have more and more two-worker, or all-worker, I should say, parent families in San Carlos, the demand for preschools is going up and up, and the amount of capacity that's there is not. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention. I think that the two parents who spoke to me will probably be reaching out, if they haven't already, to speak to the rest of you, but I actually think it's an issue that we ought to get a report from staff on about what other communities are doing or are thinking of doing, and just begin the process of thinking of, considering whether there's anything we want to change in our land use rules.
I'll just say I have a meeting pending with that group, and I'm bringing a member of the school board along with me, so I'll be interested to hear what they say.
And I have a meeting planned tomorrow.
Any interest in agendizing it as a future thing, or do you want to wait till you had a chance to meet?
I personally would love to talk to them, and then we can talk about it maybe at the next meeting.
Okay, fine. So now I'll move down the dais and off the dais.
You need a clicker?
No, actually, I need a mouse. The clicker, I think, goes all the way there. All right. Actually, yeah, I'll do this one first. Apropos of one of the topics we have on the agenda tonight, some time ago I had begun working with the police department about trying to find a way to make all of the radar study data that has been gathered in San Carlos for the last 4 or 5 years more accessible to the public. And what I've done is I created a website which you can find at, because I'm not very clever at coming up with names, speedview.olbert.com. And basically, as you can see here, it's a Google Map interface where each one of those icons represents a radar study. And so, for example, this one is at 1,000 Britain. This one is at 1172 Elm. And if you click on them, what will happen is there'll be a request made out to the server, and it'll look at, you see that actually I should mention that there's 1.5 million vehicles that are in this database. This particular one study I picked has just shy of 40,000 vehicles. And you can see here it was done on a Tuesday, on a March 29th. And then there are various charts you can use to look at. This one by year isn't terribly useful because there's only one study. This one's a little more interesting. It shows the profile of the speeds that were observed relative to the speed limit. So 0 means people are driving exactly at the speed limit. Positive numbers means that they're driving faster than the speed limit. And there are various other set of statistics here that you can go through. What I want to do basically is sort of roll this out, make sure that anybody in town who wants to use it knows that it's there. Again, it's speedview.olbert.com. And if you run into any problems with it, there's a link on there. You can click and tell me about it so I can fix it. Now, the second thing, Crystal, can you bring up the PowerPoint? Second thing is...
You don't have anything to say about this?
What?
You don't have anything to say about that?
Oh, about that? No, actually I didn't. Sorry. So the second thing is on a lighter note. I live on Chestnut Street between Hull and senior moment. I live on Chestnut Street. We'll leave it at that. And my neighbors across the street, Marcia and Jack Baumgarten, who many of you may know. Jack actually used to serve for many years on our Transportation and Circulation Commission. They have an agave plant in their front yard. And agave plants are kind of interesting. For many years, they just sit there looking like a little plant. And then what happens is once every after 14 years, they start sending up this stalk. And that's a picture of my wife, by the way. And this picture was taken probably back in early April. Now, by the end of May, the stalk, actually that was the middle of May, the stalk was up to about the roof line of their house. And just the other day, it was up even taller than that. That's Jack and Marcia. And you can see that it's starting to bloom. The blooms kind of go up the plant. Now, what's interesting about this is the plant, after it finishes blooming, that stalk dies off and the entire plant dies. So it's sort of, in a way, a little metaphor for life, if you will, about how you live and prosper and then you go. But I did want to share that with everybody because I thought it was really cool, and I don't know of any other agave plants in San Carlos.
Mark, could I just ask, what drink is it that they make from agave?
All right. Thank you, Mark. I have some pictures I want to share. I will be as brief as I possibly can because I know we're running long. I've had a whole series of public meetings and events. The first was that I did a little Ask the Mayor booth for 2 hours at the farmers market on the first Sunday it was open. I just want to thank everybody who came out. It was a continuous flow of comments, and for those who did come out, I just wanted to say I've typed up all the notes. I made it available to our colleagues. I forwarded them to staff. So every comment that I got has been widely read. There are a few who we'll be following directly up with. I encourage you guys, as you're staffing the booth, to do some outreach, and if you get requests, to share it back to staff and to the rest of the council. I had the opportunity of going on a hike with a gentleman named Tom Morse, whom some of you may have known. Tom has done a tremendous amount of work on our trails. He built this bridge, including a few others that are identical. He's built trails by hand using a pickaxe. He cleans trash out of our parks. I know he's gotten into a disagreement with the city over the years. I hope we can see our way to find some common ground because I think he's done a tremendous amount for our city, and I know that I personally have benefited from the trails that he's built in Eaton Park. My family and I went to the farm, the 4-H farm at Eaton Park. These goats, along with many of the animals there, are now at the San Mateo County Fair. 4-H is an organization that encourages leadership by helping kids learn how to raise animals. The city leases this farm to the 4-H organization. They had a maintenance or request about a dead tree that was looking like it might fall over, so I forwarded that to Jay. I hope we can look into that. I am continuing the tradition started by Mark and Ron of doing a monthly town hall with the residents of the San Carlos Elms. We had a great conversation, I can say, I told my wife this, that as I was walking out, I literally heard someone say, "He seems like such a nice young man." So, I went to the volunteer dinner. It was a recognition dinner, about 100 folks there on Friday night to thank everyone for all their service. Volunteerism is a big part of what it means to live in San Carlos. A lot of great organizations were represented. I encourage everyone to see if they can find some opportunity to give back to their community, even if it's an hour. And then on Saturday, I played in the bocce ball tournament for the San Carlos Park and Rec Foundation to raise money for our parks. It was a great time. This is my team on the left. We finished second out of 12. And most of us had never played bocce ball before, so yeah. And I wasn't Italian, exactly. So a couple last things. I met with a really cool startup. I won't go into all the details, but this is a company based in San Carlos that provides dashboards to farmers so that they can run their farms. It also aggregates data and gives them recommendations so they're not so dependent on big agribusiness and seed companies. Based here in San Carlos, they've got a big operation in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. In fact, the governor of South Dakota was in San Carlos last week to visit this company because he's so excited about what it's doing for his state. Their number one request for us is they want a dedicated Caltrain stop on the Baby Bullet. They said that would be a big impact for their employees, and I think to Ron's earlier discussion about the electrification of Caltrain, that's going to mean more frequent stops, more stops. I think we should be looking at ways to try and encourage more of those stops to be in San Carlos. I also had many board meetings, Peninsula Clean Energy, CCAG, but I won't go into the details because time is short. So, okay. All right. So we'll move on to item 5A, or 5B, staff comments. Mr. Malpe, anything to add?
No, I'll forego my comments this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Much appreciated. So I'll just say at the outset, we've got a very interesting, very packed agenda. To the staff, to my colleagues, to folks who are going to speak on public comment, I hope you'll be respectful of everyone's time, and we're going to try to move through things as quickly as possible. Item 6A is consideration of appointing recommended youth advisory members to a term from 2016 to 2018, and recognizing a few of our retiring commission members. Amy Newby.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Amy Newby here, Acting Parks Recreation Director. Tonight, I'd like to bring up Kristen Earps, our Youth Development Coordinator, who is the advisor to the Youth Advisory Council. She's going to be introducing our incoming and outgoing members, as well as giving a very brief update on what they've been up to this year.
Hello, good evening. So I want to start by recognizing one of our members that is retiring. This year he is a senior graduating and going off to Cal, which is very exciting. So unfortunately he's unable to be here tonight because he's on his senior trip, but Jake Kumamoto has served on YAC and been a part of YAC. He started out following in his brother's footsteps. So he was coming to meetings as a fifth grader, which is really amazing. So he's really been here for the long haul, and his whole term and service is much appreciated, and we'll be missing him, and hopefully he'll stop and visit next year as we start our fresh year off. I would also like to recognize all of our members this past year have been really fantastic. So Youth Advisory Council has taken some time to reevaluate our personal vision for what YAC is. And with that, a lot of it has been volunteering directly with the kids in San Carlos. So they have been volunteering and doing community service projects in the youth center with our drop-in after-school program kids. Some of that involved making gift bags and cards for kids to make art and have time to spend for the, I think it's Lucille Packard Children's Hospital. And then we also did have just different activities, ice cream social to teach the kids about government and our Youth Advisory Council. So this is with our 10-year-old to mostly middle school through early high school participants in the youth center. And I do want to recognize our renewing members this year. So Tiffany Chung will be renewing this year. She, if you can stand up briefly, has been our chair this year. And I will say your energy has been fantastic. She's really kind of spiked this drive for a fresh renewal and for all of us to get in gear. And we've really kind of come up with this motto of go out and do good. So we're trying to live up to that. And every year, hopefully, we're getting better and better. And I'd also like to recognize Kyler Jerome. Kyler, remind me how long you've been on YAC.
I don't know, since 6th grade, so.
Yes. So he's been with us for a while, and Kyler has really taken charge and spearheaded all of the Youth Advisory Council's blood drives. So he is fully responsible for coordinating all of that, and we then host the blood drives at the Youth Center, which is fantastic. And Kyler is also on the Transportation Commission and is wonderful youth voice for all things transportation related. He's been responsible for being the youth voice for things like crossing guards at the schools, and so thank you. Looking forward to another 1 year of service from you. 2 years, got you. And I'd also right now like to recognize our newest member. So Matt Erwig, if you could stand up briefly. He was an alternate all last year. Matt is a senior this year, going to be a senior at Sequoia. So he's been attending all of our meetings as an alternate, and you've really been a really great positive energy there for us, and we're looking forward to having you again this year as a voting member. Thank you. And I'd also like to introduce Sakina Bambat, who has been voted on as an alternate this year. Sakina is a Carl Mott sophomore going into her sophomore year. So welcome. We're looking forward to having you as well. And then lastly, I'd like to introduce, last but not least, Justin Sue. He is a sophomore at Carl Mott as well. Welcome. So we're looking forward to having Justin on board. He also has had some introduction to Youth Advisory Council through his brother, who retired from our council 2 years ago, I believe. So thank you guys very much, and that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much. And so I think we're going to have our city clerk, Crystal, administer the oath of office to our new and returning youth commissioners. So if you all could please stand and move towards the podium.
I am actually going to take the three newest members.
We're gonna do the three
so that
newest
would be
members,
Matt,
okay.
Sakina, and Justin.
Okay, great.
Okay. If you can raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties for which you are about to enter? You do. Okay.
All right, and as you guys are signing, I just want to thank you for your service to the city. Thank you for getting involved in this important commission. I'm a former young person myself, and I think it's very important that youth be represented, and that we all hear what it's like to be a kid in San Carlos, what you need. So please reach out to us, come up with some good ideas, some good suggestions, and enjoy your time on the commission. So thank you very much.
And excuse me on my oversight, I do want to thank Nicole and Ezra, who are both our current Youth Advisory Council members. Thank you guys for being here tonight and supporting your team here. So they've also been fantastic over the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item 7. Tonight we have a proclamation to recognize a local San Carlos Boy Scout who completed his Eagle Scout Award. For those of you who don't know, becoming an Eagle Scout is a huge achievement. It requires, in most cases, hundreds of hours of effort, and Eagle Scouts pick a project to help better their community. So I have a proclamation to Alexander Thrift, who led us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could come up, please. And if after I give you this proclamation, if you would take a moment to share with us what your project was. So This proclamation, I'll read it in part. It says, whereas the Boy Scouts play a vital force in the lives of hundreds of boys and young men in the city of San Carlos who are guided by adult volunteers and have given generously of their time and talents, and whereas the special and unique honor of achieving the highest award bestowed by the Boy Scouts was earned by Alexander Thrift of Troop 321 for building a shade structure for the Marine Science Institute. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Cameron Johnson, Mayor of San Carlos, hereby congratulate Alexander Thrift on his achievement. All right. Would you mind sharing a few words about your project?
Hello. So I'm Alex Thrift. I'm 18. I just recently graduated from Everest Public High School, and next year I'll be attending Purdue University as a computer scientist. So for my project, I worked with MSI, which is a nonprofit organization which works on helping preserve the Bay and also teaching students through field trips and summer camps how to better treat the Bay and learn about marine science. So here are some pictures of my project. So you can see we had to dig holes in order to put up poles and then eventually build our final structure that is a retractable sun shelter structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great. Congratulations again. It looks like an awesome project. Okay, we're going to move on to item 8, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. At this point, I have 4 speaker cards, and I'd like to invite up Ron Glanville. And I'll say at the outset before you speak tonight, we do have, as I said, many public speakers. We're going to ask everyone to hold their comments to 2 minutes. You'll see a green light, a yellow light, which means wrap up, and then a red light when your time has expired. So, good evening, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to tell you I'll try to keep it to well under 2 minutes, considering your prior discussion. I'm a lifelong resident of San Carlos for the last 34 years. I've lived in the 1900 block of Carmelita. We really appreciate the discussions that started over with the Planning Commission and tonight here about lot splits and home size. Until recently, none of the people on the block realized that our lots could be split. We attended the Planning Commission meeting last week, and neighbors asked me to come here today and just share a few thoughts. We've recently had 2 homes sell on the block. One has already been split and the home demolished, and they're planning on building 2 homes. Another one recently sold, we're told, to a developer who plans to split the lot. Our neighbors, before knowing your discussion earlier, signed a petition. I'm going to share it with you because otherwise when I go home, they'll get mad at me that I didn't do it. So Jeffrey, you already gave it to the, thank you. Really, your comments really were really appreciated because we kind of feel like while this discussion is going on, we can't predict the conclusion. We're hopeful it'll be favorable to our view. But it's the idea of making sure that no changes are made that can't be undone is greatly appreciated. There was one question we did have is, what happens if someone files for a lot split application before you consider the moratorium, if in fact you do pass a moratorium?
If you're going to conclude your comments, we can ask the staff to briefly reply when you're done.
Okay, then I'll say thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Jeff or Al, do you want to briefly address that, or Greg? Yeah.
The answer is, because this is just under public comment, I don't want to be too specific, but generally, until the moratorium takes effect, the current rules exist.
So I have a question then. Does that mean if you file the paperwork tomorrow, even though it's never been heard, that it's grandfathered in?
They still have some approvals to go through before, but it's not when they apply. It's when the approval that vests the
That's my point.
approval.
So if the approval happens before the moratorium, it's good. If it happens, or if the moratorium comes first, then it's not.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rubens. Our next speaker is Michael Stogner. Good evening.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Stogner. I'm from San Carlos, California, and I'm here as a private victims advocate for a San Mateo County employee. And I'm asking just for you to be aware of something, and please just support me in an effort that I'm trying to have the Sheriff's Department take care of. And that is that we have a gang task force that exists in San Mateo County, and our city uses the services of the Sheriff's Department. I was going to make this presentation at Half Moon Bay when I realized we have the exact same service, the exact same challenge. And that is when the gang task force, which very few of us know who the members are, we don't know who they report to. And in this one particular case, I had made a request of the Sheriff's Department to supply me with a copy of an incident report that I became aware of, where deputies made physical contact with a civilian, both hands on his chest, pushed him up on a sidewalk, and threatened that he was going to lose his career, that they actually knew he was a juvenile probation officer. And so I made a request to get a copy of the incident report, and I have my emails, and I'll be happy to supply them to you. The Sheriff's Department told me there is no incident report of that. And I became aware of it when the man and his son reported it to the city of Half Moon Bay at a public meeting. So it's been 7 months. I'm now going to ask Under Sheriff Carlos Bolanos to order his 3 detectives, his 3 deputies, to finish that incident report, and I would like your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stogner.
Yeah.
Our next speaker is our former council member, John Hoffman. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, council members, we're all very aware, keenly aware, of what happened over the weekend in Orlando, Florida. Prior to that, of course, there was Columbine, Sandy Hook, Boston, San Bruno. Sorry, not San Bruno. That was another tragedy. San Bernardino. There will be others. And I believe that one of the ways we can bring the community together is if people understand far better than most do what the religious attitudes, what the religious principles are for Islam. I would encourage the council to set up a public meeting, either upstairs in the library or possibly here in the chambers. Invite the imam from the Palo Alto Mosque and other people that he might ask to come along, and that we have an informational night and a Q&A following any presentations. I think it's terribly important that there be better understanding and greater religious tolerance. The way to do that, I think, is education, and I would like to see San Carlos take the lead. Redwood City, San Mateo, Belmont, all should be advised and invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. My last speaker card is for Dominic Churchiller, one of the board members of our San Carlos Chamber of Commerce. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. My name is Dominic Churchillo. I'm the 2016 Board President of the Chamber of Commerce of San Carlos. The Chamber represents over 600 businesses in the city. It's the leading voice for the business community in San Carlos. It's my pleasure tonight to report on past Chamber activities, upcoming events, and extend a personal invitation to the council members and the community to attend the Chamber meetings, activities, and events. Some of the past activities we've recently had: on June 3rd, we had the Business and Government Roundtable featuring a presentation by City Manager Jeff Maltby. It's very informative. On June 5th, we had a kickoff for the new San Carlos Farmers Market on Laurel Street from 10 to 2. June 8th, a chamber mixer at Kamoski's Kitchen, Indian cuisine, located on 601 Old County Road. Upcoming events and activities: on June 22nd, we have the grand opening and ribbon cutting of our new Orchard Supply Hardware store on 360 Industrial Road at 5:30 p.m. July 13th, we have a chamber mixer at the Rails Sports Bar and Club at 612 El Camino Real from 5:30 to 7 p.m. July 28th is our grand opening and ribbon cutting for CG Appliance Express and Home Chef Cooking School, 1401 Industrial Road, and that starts at 5:30. And from what I hear, they're going to be barbecuing, so that would be a good one to come to. Sundays. So our San Carlos Farmers Market continues. The weekly attendance is estimated at around 3,000. The farmers market vendors have experienced very brisk sales for the first 2 weeks of the market. I have to say I was one of the vendors this past Sunday, and I was very happy representing Domenico Winery there, pouring tastes and selling wine under the new farmers market permit that wineries are allowed to have. The chamber staff is adding specialty foods and fresh produce vendors to address specific needs suggested by the public. The chamber has received unsolicited feedback from merchants on the 600 block and some of the 700 block who have experienced increased sales over the last 2 Sundays and remarking that many of these Sunday customers are new to their stores. So that's a good sign. We're attracting new people. The chamber is working with merchants on the 700 block to lessen the impact of the street closure on their businesses, as well as helping them take advantage of the huge crowds visiting downtowns every Sunday. The farmers market is attracting large numbers of families to the downtown, many of whom are either walking or riding their bicycles. With an apparent shortage of bike racks on Laurel Street, the chamber is looking for an area to set up a bike corral. We could then promote bicycle parking and encourage more families to walk or ride their bikes to the market. So please visit the Chamber's website, www.sancarloschamber.org, for more details about all of the Chamber's upcoming events and activities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dominic. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on public comment for any items not on the agenda tonight? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to the approval of the consent calendar. Consent items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, the staff, or the public request that specific items be removed for separate action. Would anyone like to remove an item from the consent calendar? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes. All right, we're going to move on to new business item 12A, out of order. And, sorry, Al. Talked about it at the top of the meeting, so...
Actually, you said it was going to be after what you said.
Oh, did I say that?
Yeah, you meant after 9. But
I meant after 9, so I'd like to take it now unless there's any objection. All right. Mr. Walter. Do you need this, Jay?
Actually, I'm going to use this one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You can take it.
Going to work for us? There it goes. I just have to in the right place. Excuse me. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Jay Walter, Public Works Director, here tonight to talk to you about the traffic calming plan for St. Francis Way. And tonight, what we'll be talking about is the components of the final improvement plan that we have for your approval. The reasoning and justification for the selections that we've made for the various components. Obviously, to take your questions as a City Council, and then as clearly shown, we have a number of residents that would like to provide comment and testimony on the plan as well. So we'll get right into it. So again, background for this and for some members of the public who may be unfamiliar with it. The initial request to consider traffic calming for St. Francis Way came to us in early 2013. And in 2014, we hired TJKM Consultants, a reputable firm that we've used a number of occasions to collect data and begin to evaluate options for traffic calming along the corridor. In July of 2015, we recommended improvements to the Transportation and Circulation Commission and had public testimony at that time. And in October of 2015, we came back with a pilot program that we proposed that we would put in temporary improvements that would simulate the permanent improvements and allow us to test out, see how well they would work. And those were installed in January of 2016. And then in April of 2016, we used the data that we gathered from before the temporary improvements were installed and after we had had them in place for a little while. We presented that again to the Transportation and Circulation Commission. So the St. Francis Traffic Calming Project represents a significant investment in time and dollars for the city to improve traffic safety on St. Francis, and certainly that remains our stated goal and intent. So we decided to use temporary improvements so that we could simulate the final improvements, and probably, as you've heard and we heard back, some of those improvements worked better than others. The use of the stick-down delineators and striping could simulate some of the improvements, but really some not as well. And in particular, the traffic circle that we tried to simulate using that method certainly didn't work out nearly as well as we had hoped. In the meantime, the Public Works staff, staff from the Sheriff's Office, and the Fire Department have collaborated to discuss the final improvement plan. And obviously the emergency response and Sheriff's Office enforcement is a big component of this, and we want to make sure that we had their buy-in. We want to ensure that our final improvements achieve the desired result. And again, from the beginning of this, when the residents first came calling and asking about ways that traffic safety could be improved and traffic calming could take place, we wanted to make sure that we were continuing to look into and come up with the final improvement plans that will do that. I understand the residents' concerns about the perceived change in direction. As we had the TNC meeting in April, there was significant negative comment on the traffic circle as a temporary improvement. And there was very positive comments about many other components of the plan and also about the speed humps that were placed as well. And so at the time we indicated that input and feedback was taken from the community and from the commission. We would be formulating the final plan to bring it back to the council for discussion and ultimately approval. So one of the other things to remember is that everyone has their own preference about the right way to calm traffic. And I say that because we've had occasions where speed hump placement has been made more difficult because a resident didn't particularly want a speed hump in front of their property. And I can understand that. Concern about the noise and from the brakes and or the suspension system and everything else kind of coming up and over the speed hump. Probably not something that's entirely desirable. The other idea of where red curb gets placed, that takes away parking in some situations, and sometimes residents aren't particularly fond of that either. So again, there's many ways to calm traffic. We've tried to pick out what we think are good ways and good tools that we would be able to use in the future at other locations. And again, the goal remains unchanged. We want to calm the traffic on St. Francis. That's been what we've intended to do all along. So looking at the final improvement measures that we are recommending. At Walnut Street and St. Francis Way, we will be building 2 concrete bulb outs with a crosswalk and red curb along the edge of St. Francis Way. The simulated improvements resulted in a significant reduction in speed from 32 miles per hour to 24 miles per hour. We didn't see really any appreciable change in traffic volume through there, but the perception was very positive. Increased visibility, enhanced safety, and a focused crossing. So we're going to be implementing that as it was created with the temporary improvements. In the section between Elm and Chestnut, where we placed the temporary speed humps, and the red indicates here the locations where we placed the speed humps, What we're going to do and what we're recommending to council tonight is that we leave those 2 temporary speed humps in place while we go forward with the project that will build the other permanent improvements. And then those speed humps would be removed, and we would take speed measurements for that particular section of St. Francis Way, because we want to check that speed against the speeds that were collected prior to the implementation of the temporary speed humps, and then looking at it after the speed humps were in place. One of the things to notice is that this particular installation, our speed differential was 3 miles per hour, and that's not as high as other locations. And so after collaborating and talking with the chief, the police chief about this, we felt like a little more data wouldn't hurt. We can gather that data, and then we'll be right back to the council to recommend the implementation of those speed humps or have further discussion about that. So that's what we're proposing for you tonight. And as it relates to speed humps, again, the speed measurement that was taken in the before condition and the slight reduction were a little bit of a surprise. We expected to achieve a greater speed reduction, and that's why we're recommending some further investigation on that. But again, we remain committed to speed reductions and traffic calming on St. Francis, and we expect that with approval of the plan, what we'll do is we'll get our consultant on board to do the design work. We'll bring that project to fruition, advertise it, and then as soon as that work is underway, we will have included in the project we call it a bid alternate, but it's an item for installation of permanent speed humps, so that if we determine that the speed humps are the appropriate use there, we'll go ahead and be able to implement that at that time based on council's direction. At Park and St. Francis Way, we will be implementing, as shown in this particular location, the median island and the curb, new curb returns with ADA ramps on each corner here, a new crosswalk, and the signs that will indicate the positioning of this crossing at this point in time. We had very good speed reduction at this location after the implementation of our temporary improvements. And so we're going to go ahead and recommend that the council approve the plan, which will be essentially the same as the temporary, but instead of the delineators that stick down, there will be concrete curbs and stripes and signs that would be commensurate with permanent improvements. And then at Emerald and St. Francis, the site of much controversy as it relates to that traffic circle. No question about it. And what we learned from that was that the traffic circle that we put in place, it could not be properly simulated. And so it was essentially a disaster. We had virtually no one who supported the idea of what we put there, recommending that that go forward. But what we had intended all along was the use of what we call a mini roundabout, which is different than a traffic circle. And so that's the proposal we have for you, is that we would continue to maintain that a mini roundabout at that location, which essentially slows traffic and deflects traffic around that center island, would be an appropriate means of traffic calming there. Even with the temporary improvement, we can't really call it an improvement, even with the temporary situation, we did achieve a speed reduction of 5 miles per hour, which is good. And that's something that we were looking for. And so the idea of the mini roundabout would have that center island in the middle of the intersection. It would have crosswalks and the refuge islands for pedestrians. It would have curbs, signs, and striping that would be in line with a roundabout design, not simply a traffic circle design, which is something that we have in other locations around the city.
Jay, can I just ask a quick point of clarification?
Yes.
So when I see combined 85 percentile, can you explain what that means so that everyone understands?
Yes. Essentially, the speed that we look at for purposes of determining, say, a base speed for a particular section of street is what's called the 85th percentile. And that is when you take speed measurements at a certain location, 85% of the vehicles would be traveling at or below that speed. So we determine that to be a reasonable and proper speed for the condition at that location.
Thank you.
And so the detailed design is different for this mini roundabout. And the features on the screen, and of course we're working with a consultant that will give us the design that we need, but essentially the center island is made of concrete. The center island has a mountable curb on the inside edge, which helps allow for larger vehicles to track around it, but a 6-inch curb in the center, which doesn't allow traffic to simply run straight through the middle of the intersection. With the roundabout design, we pull back the pedestrian crossing slightly away from the corner, and we have them cross, and then traffic is at this position waiting to enter and go through the roundabout, and so the pedestrians are not competing with the cars at that particular location for crossing. And so this design is one which is more complete, and it is for a mini roundabout, not a traffic circle. Now, one of the things that we did do was after hearing many of the complaints about larger vehicles and vehicles with trailers that could not traverse through the temporary improvements, we went ahead and, I'll come back to this one, but we went ahead and we simulated a vehicle tracking through that mini roundabout design. And so what you see on the screen at this particular location, and I'll start it again, is we've got a truck and trailer combination here. Essentially, it's like a pickup truck with a boat, and that tracks through the intersection here. You'll follow it around to come through its stop. The green lines on the edge represent where the outer and inner edge of the vehicle would be in relation to the curbs and the center island and all that. So looking at this simulation again, you'll see the vehicle start here, and it tracks along, makes its turn, goes around the center island, and then heads on to St. Francis, heading towards town. These are the design parameters that we'll use for the design of this center island of the mini roundabout, so that we can ensure that we'll have larger vehicle access here. And back to this. And again, as I mentioned before, the curb area, as it relates in the middle, this is the smaller mountable curb on the outside edge of the circle, and then into the middle with a tall 6-inch curb that represents the main island in the middle of the intersection. But this allows for some tracking of larger vehicles and trailers around the edge without hitting this tall curb. Oops. Okay, there we go. So, just as an example, not the one we can do because this is obviously much bigger than what we have room for, but this illustrates the idea of the roundabout with the island in the center, the area that has the mountable curb on the sides, the entry points, which are, as you come into the roundabout, yielding prior to entering the roundabout, and then the pedestrian passageways, which are in behind. This is the modern roundabout design. We have room at the intersection to be able to do a mini roundabout design, and again, we believe that the effect of that will be calm traffic speeds and better circulation at that particular intersection. The other example of a traffic circle, and we have some of these in town, and I wanted to bring it up just to make sure the council understood. This is at the intersection of Dayton and Howard, and we're looking at Howard Avenue heading towards the west. And what you could see in the middle is you could see the 3 large redwood trees, and we had a problem prior to the stop sign that's placed here and on the other side. We had a problem of traffic simply speeding around the edge, both edges of this traffic circle in the middle of the intersection. And that was one of the main problems, where we felt like even with a traffic circle, we didn't have traffic that was behaving because essentially the road was aligned to be able to just have traffic skirt around it. And so that was one of the reasons why we went ahead and installed the stop signs, and one of the reasons why I don't recommend a traffic circle going forward at the location at Emerald, because it has drawbacks and it's not complete like the roundabout design would be. So again, I talked about some of the differences between the mini roundabout versus the traffic circle. Essentially, it's a designed feature that's put in place in the intersection, and it's not something that's simply a traffic circle that's plopped down in the middle with the hope that it would do something to slow traffic down. So the reasons we selected the mini roundabout: We believe that since St. Francis is a collector street, the goal is to reduce speed, but also facilitate some traffic flow. We believe that the traffic circle is an interim improvement, slowed traffic down. Whether that was from confusion or not being sure what to do, we did achieve traffic speed reduction. We know the mini roundabout will do that as well. As I mentioned before, the interim measure really was a failure from most standpoints except for the reduction in speeds. We had feedback on intersections, at that intersection in particular at the TNC meeting, about just putting a four-way stop in. And yet we heard from some folks that four-way stops oftentimes are plagued by the drivers who just roll the stop. They barely slow down and then they kind of roll through. And we know that happens around town. We just know it does. And in this particular case at the intersection with Emerald, based on the traffic warrants that we use to justify four-way stop installations, the warrants would not be met for that. So that's why we didn't recommend a four-way stop at that intersection instead of the mini roundabout. And again, the traffic circle is not a roundabout. We want to proceed in that direction. And if the council will remember, the Four Corners plan has 3 mini roundabouts that we have recommended for implementation. When that project comes forward, because we know they facilitate traffic movement, they don't require everybody to come to a full stop. They are important elements of the intersection treatments in that project. And we believe that this will be a good example for us to get experience with a mini roundabout in the city of San Carlos on St. Francis. So the final traffic calming plan recommendations that we have for you, again, constructing the bulb outs and crosswalk at Walnut, constructing the median islands at Park, constructing the mini roundabout at Emerald with that full design, and then further investigation needed with the speed humps. So the approach is, if council will approve the project, we'll move forward with the permanent improvements. We will put those permanent improvements in place at the other 3 locations. We will then remove the speed humps to take traffic measurements, speed data, and then come back quickly to the council for a resolution on that issue so that we can not have further delay. But it is, because it is something I know we need to get finished off with, and it's important to the community for that. So some final thoughts perhaps before questions. Throughout the city, many neighborhoods are requesting traffic calming, and specifically they're asking for speed humps. Lots of streets, whether it's just one small block of a street, whether it's a long section of street over several blocks, we're getting many, many requests. We want to make sure that the final improvements we put in place will achieve the desired effect. We want to make sure that we're collecting the data that we need to evaluate that. And at least in part, we believe that there's a consistent criteria needed for these traffic calming improvements. And one of the things that struck us as funny, again, was with the speed humps, was the data that we collected. We didn't feel like that it achieved as big a speed reduction as some of the other improvements. So we wanted to make sure we double check that. And again, for tonight, the decision that you make, obviously we will move forward and we'll implement the project that the council desires for us to go forward with, because we need to get this done. And that's no question about it. And at this point, I'll turn it back to the council for questions. Chief Rothis is here to answer questions as well. And I know there's lots of public testimony.
Thank you, Jay. Questions for Jay? Let's start with Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jay. Talking about the speed humps for a second, I know you and I spoke this afternoon at some length about at the time you were guesstimating that it would probably cost around $20,000 to $25,000 to put in the speed humps. Is that, I don't know if you had any further thoughts about that?
That's it. I think it's in the neighborhood of $20,000 for the 2 speed humps.
I rounded up. But so, the question I have about that is, how much would you estimate that the cost of the additional studies in terms of staff time and outside consultant costs and whatnot would be?
Virtually nothing, because we wouldn't hire a consultant to collect this data. We have between the sheriff's office and our staff, we have the speed collection devices that we would place out there, and we would have that data within a couple of weeks.
Okay, so it would cost some staff time not being able to work on other things, but that's relatively minor.
Very minor, yes.
Okay. I'll come back to that when we talk about how we want to move forward. About the roundabout, and I appreciate you taking the time this afternoon in our phone call to walk me through the details here. Question I have, on your slide 16, the second bullet point was kind of interesting to me. It said, interim measures did not adequately replicate the mini roundabout, resulting in many complaints and confusion. I get that because I heard a portion of it myself. There you go, second bullet point. One could almost read that as, okay, so the device we put in place to try and see how this is going to work didn't work, but we're confident that the real one will work. So help me out with that. I mean, you've educated me a lot about roundabouts, the difference between roundabouts and traffic circles, but it's still, particularly because that's the most expensive item on here, that's the thing that kind of worries me a little bit.
Right. And when you, I don't have the picture of it here, but everybody in the audience knows what the temporary improvements looked like. And essentially you have the 3-foot delineators that are stuck to the ground and they're formed up in a circle, and then we had an approach on either side with the same kind of thing. So effectively what you have in that situation is you had a wall, like a 3-foot wall. I mean, it wasn't like a concrete wall or anything like that, because if you hit one, it just bends over, or if a truck ran over it, it would just flop over and then come back up. But essentially, you couldn't simulate the same type of thing because you essentially had a 3-foot high planter bed in the middle of the street. And there's no good way for that to replicate a circle that has some lower level flexibility to allow a vehicle to turn around it. Because part of the problem was the very, very tight turn through there and the opening between where we had the delineators leading up to it and where you actually had to run around the circle, or drive around the circle. So very tight opening, as if you were traversing through kind of a 3-foot slalom course, rather than the lower height curbs, which are designed to allow for some tracking across there, but still remain as an obstacle so that traffic wouldn't proceed straight through the intersection.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I guess fundamentally, I'm still left, you're much more knowledgeable about this than I am. I'm still left with the issue of we're in a sense making this decision based on your technical expertise, not the data of the experiential data, and that we tried to find some experiential data, but the thing we used didn't quite work right. But, that's one of the reasons we hire you. Last question, again about mini roundabouts, last question for now. I want to make sure that given the design of some of the other features of the mini roundabout with the medians and whatnot, does it all fit within the existing public footprint, if you will? Or is perhaps there's some public easement there that somebody thinks is part of their yard because it's never been tapped for many years and we're going to have to take it?
The design that we presented, and I was trying to work my way back to the slide. I can't remember the number, but this isn't controlling it well to go backwards. So if you keep going back further, 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 and then one more. Right there.
Okay.
So essentially the consultant that we hired to give us the design for this, this fits within the existing intersection footprint. And so we aren't buying right away from anybody, but we are altering the way that intersection functions now. Because under normal conditions, you're at the corner point, that's where your crosswalks tie together, and that's where, if we have any ADA ramps there, that's where they're located. So we're moving those back away from the intersection on all 4 legs. We are going to require the restriction of parking on those frontages as you approach the intersection to go into the roundabout. But essentially that design is within the existing intersection footprint.
Okay. I appreciate you highlighting again the costs, the non-financial costs of that, but I'm glad to hear it actually fits. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. All these adjustments at the various corners of the various parts of St. Francis, is there lighting there? Are there street lights? I'm sorry, I asked Mr. Walter, I didn't ask anybody else.
I don't know where any of the lights would be located in directly relation to that.
How do you feel that's going to happen when we put in new things? Are you going to put like some flashing lights or some signage or something to let at least the beginning so people know it's, because once you put it in, somebody's going to drive up and go, where'd this come from?
Well, except that we have those temporary improvements in place that have some signs ahead of them that, so there's been some sort of knowledge of that. When these get put in place, we'll have signs in advance and signs at the locations, so I think they'll be adequately warned. I'm not planning on putting any sort of flashing signs, but
just asking a
I
question.
think it'll be signed appropriately
And
in
you
that
feel
way.
there's going to be enough light for people to see where they're driving?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I had is, I guess it could be this one. They were green on one of your schedules or one of your pictures. Is that concrete? All that green, all those different parts on each side of the sidewalk or each side of the crosswalk, rather? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure I get to the right slide. Is that what you're talking about?
All that green, is that
So that was what was represented by the temporary improvements. That green is, at this point in time, that's just a picture of what we had from an earlier presentation.
Okay.
So in this particular one, what we're looking at is the curbing areas.
Is that concrete?
This is concrete. These are going to be that shorter rolled concrete.
Okay.
These are going to be concrete ADA
I
ramps.
was looking more in the street, so on the opposite side here on the top end, right there. Is that
That's
concrete?
the same. That'll be concrete there. And then on this edge over here, there's currently a valley gutter that crosses at this point.
Okay.
And we're going to be moving that back a little bit to sort of facilitate movement around the mini roundabout center.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions. What's the diameter of that roundabout, mini roundabout?
What we consider it's called an ICD.
Maybe the non-mountable part. What's the diameter of
About
that?
the middle piece here.
Yeah, the middle piece, right? And yes.
That is 9 feet? Okay, so it's 12 feet outside and then 9 feet on the inside edge, right here.
So
12 feet
basically,
from here to here.
18 inches, that mountable curb is 18 inches wide?
It's, yes, that section is 18 inches wide.
Okay, all right. And then you said they rise about, what is it, about 4 inches off the pavement?
So on the screen in front of you, what I'm showing is this is the section of street right here,
Right.
and here's that first lower edge curb, and then this is where it jumps up to the 6-inch curb in the very center. So this is the mountable section right there.
Okay. I don't recall, but I don't know if it's that intersection or the one at Pearl. Are there any planned, I didn't hear you say anything about Pearl.
No plans to do
There's a stop
anything
sign
at
there?
Pearl. Yes.
Okay. Right. And the only reason I bring up Pearl is I go down St. Francis a lot because I live on Chestnut. And I believe that's the intersection, especially at night. It seems awfully dark there. I don't know how the residents feel about lots of, corner streetlights, but I wonder if that is a reason that a lot of people don't stop. They don't see it at night. I know that's not something you study. It's just a comment, but it's one of those intersections that just seems incredibly dark. All right. The next thing was regarding the speed bumps. One thing, my observation is of it, and I believe that based on some of the emails that I've been getting, is that when cars approach those speed bumps, they almost stop and they go over it very slowly. And a car coming down, say, Chestnut, that wants to take a left-hand turn on St. Francis, as actually I do all the time, it creates a gap in the traffic. And I realize that, the overall speed doesn't change, but because of that gap, that affords cars the opportunity to make that left-hand turn. Please, I know you agree, but let's not.
If I could ask everyone just to be respectful and hold your comments and your applause, you'll have a chance to speak in a moment. Thank you.
So my question is that because cars tend to slow down almost to a stop. I've checked my speedometer many, many times, and it's usually around 5 to 10 miles an hour, and it does create that gap. I wonder if, when people are done with that, they're sort of trying to make up for lost time, so they accelerate, and that might have something to do with the overall speed being very close to what it was beforehand. And I'm just wondering if that particular phenomena either was studied or can be studied.
That's something that would be based on observations, and I know many of the residents here who live along that block will tell you what the behavior of the cars is. I think you hit it right on the head. Even without the speed humps, generally you'd have, between the four-way stops on that section of street, you'd have traffic that would leave each of those stop signs, head in the other direction, speed up to a certain point, then realize they have to slow down for another four-way stop. So the same thing happens in between the speed humps. Mm-hmm. They cross them, they speed up, and then they realize, oh, there's another one there. So I think that, to a degree, they try to make up for some lost time. As with any sort of section of street that has multiple traffic calming or stop sign features.
All right, that's all I have for now.
Thanks, Rob. Pat?
Thank you. So I just had a few questions regarding, first, I should know this since I travel St. Francis on occasion. And when I do, I drive it at about 25 miles an hour, so I guess I'm going the speed limit? Mm-hmm. Is that right? So it's 25? So these things that you show on here, people are going, even with the calming, so-called calming devices, people are still over the speed limit.
That's right.
Okay. Was there, before any of this ever started, was there any effort to do enforcement with, police officers on motorbikes or cars or anything like that?
Yeah, I think on a very regular, as needed, as called basis, and the chief can respond to that more directly than I. But I know that was been one of the uses of our extra traffic officer in town, has been to do the periodic traffic enforcement for speed complaints that occur in other places in the city.
Chief, do you care to come forward and say anything about
If
that?
I could, through the chair, well, at least before the speed bumps are there, the officers are there quite often.
Good evening, Mayor Johnson, Member City Council, Greg Rothis, Police Chief. As it relates to traffic enforcement on St. Francis, I want to say that, we have traffic enforcement, and there's 80 miles of streets in San Carlos for us to provide traffic enforcement on. St. Francis is one of those streets where we have a really high complaint from St. Francis, and we have spent a lot of time on St. Francis. And I've gotten calls from residents who have called me, and as Councilmember Collins has said, and thanked us for the amount of time that we spent on St. Francis.
So related to that, we've done all these studies with calming devices. Were there any studies done during the enforcement periods that we were doing?
We didn't.
It's just ongoing enforcement.
Ongoing enforcement. We didn't particularly target studies for the times they were enforcing, because generally I think our experience is that when folks are not aware of enforcement, they would drive faster. And so the presence of the officers, when they're visible and they're there and others see them, that tends to bring those speeds down.
It's unfortunate we don't have any of that, because I would be curious to see, my gut impression would be that what we're dealing with is a predominance, and I think Mr. Olbert's little presentation earlier showed that, you get this about 10% of the people are violating the law, the rest of us are obeying it, and so it would just be really would have been useful from my standpoint to have some kind of study conducted where we did enforcement, see who these drivers are and if there's any effect on it, long term or short term. It would just be nice to know. And then my last question, somewhat related, have we ever tried, I know on San Carlos Avenue and other places we've put up the radar signs. It's, they have it at, there's one, actually I think a permanent one, if I'm not mistaken, that's on near the school. So if you go over 25, it starts flashing in red that you're doing 28, and you see that, and I know for myself, I tend to, if that happens, I slow down.
It's another device that can be used. There's sort of a difference of opinion on how effective they are after a period of time as people get used to them. They do require, a separate installation. Many of them can be solar powered, but essentially you need to find a spot to mount them and properly place them and all that. So they are a tool. They're not one that we recommended in this particular corridor, but it is a tool that's available, and we do have a few of them around town.
But again, in this particular location, we didn't do any studies or try those out to see what kind of speed reduction we might get.
Well, actually, we didn't study anything like that, but I know that the Sheriff's Office has put out their radar trailer out there at several locations, and so that's the kind of speed feedback that is given for those motorists. But again, no, we didn't study that part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Just a couple questions from me. In, I think it was 2013, we put speed humps on Cordilleras as a traffic calming measure. Did we simulate those ahead of time, or did we just do them?
We did not simulate those ahead of time. They were built. What we had on that street nearby those locations were the sort of chokers that were built some years ago, and we had determined that those weren't really adequately slowing traffic.
And so can you tell me why this is a significantly different situation? Because it seems like, we proposed it, we're hearing a lot of public support for anecdotal perception, public support. We are showing a decline, but yet we want to go back and study it. And so what's different between this and Cordilleras, where we just saw a problem, went out and fixed it?
I think that's what happened with Cordilleras. That was kind of early in my time here, and I don't remember that we had a consultant study the corridor or do much of before and after studies. We had a very strong kind of community push for those improvements, and that culminated in a council meeting where those were approved.
Okay. And then on the roundabout, there's this, what I'm reading between the lines, what I'm hearing from you, and I think channeling the chief a little bit, is that step back from St. Francis, a better way to do traffic calming is through roundabouts. Speed humps and stop signs is not the right way to do it. Is that more or less the point of view? Because I know there are trade-offs with public safety. Is that more or less the point of view? And secondly, how much of what's being recommended on St. Francis is about what's best for St. Francis versus setting precedents so that, hey, other neighborhoods are going to come and ask, and we can't put speed humps everywhere, and we want to create a solution that is replicable throughout the city, and this is a demonstration of that, the efficacy of what we're proposing.
Okay, those are a lot of questions.
Yeah, I know, but you get the sense.
So I guess the way I'll start with is the toolkit that we would like to be able to use for traffic calming should include many different things based on the locations that you would think about, study, and then finally recommend one of them particularly to be used. Some locations, a four-way stop would work, but it's generally going to be a location where you have more side street traffic that would benefit from stopping the traffic on the main street. Again, it's not to say the stop sign works the best in every location, or it doesn't work at all. So I want to be able to have as many tools in our toolkit, so to speak, to be able to apply them to these various locations. So I think that's important for us from a city's perspective, because if we simply said that any neighborhood that wanted speed humps would simply have to submit a petition that had a certain number of residents sign off and request that of the city council, and we would put those in place, that would sort of shortcut the process of evaluating the traffic conditions, the speed conditions, and what the speed humps might do to traffic flow on the corridor. So again, I think it's something that we need to be looking at from a bigger perspective, because once they get put in, Cordilleras being an example, once they were put in, we started to hear more about, we'd like speed humps like they got at Cordilleras. It's not to say that it would be an automatic and you would, but that's, for us, we'd like to be able to look at each situation individually with a broad range of tools that we could have to evaluate.
Okay, two other quick questions. If we said, hey, the roundabout idea is interesting, but you haven't convinced the neighbors, you haven't shown that it works, we don't want to put it in, we want you to go back and prove it, can you do that? What would you say back?
I couldn't prove it without being able to build it, because the as we learned with the traffic circle in that temporary simulation, we could not position those delineators and other devices that would
You
give
couldn't
us
do
that
it with a
same
different
thing.
material or different, no? Okay.
No, I don't think that. I don't think we could, honestly. I think that it's something that we need to commit to and go ahead and build.
And then lastly, there was a lot of talk from folks on Eaton and Howard that the traffic calming measures on St. Francis were pushing traffic onto those streets. Could you just address that briefly?
Well, I think that's something that we need to look at, and by having more, we have resources in the sheriff's office and our own engineering staff to be able to go out and place counters, and I think that's important that we do that, because the logical thing for folks when they encounter a bunch of resistance on one street will be to switch to another street.
I was under the impression that that had been done and that data was presented at the Transportation Commission that said that was a non-issue, but I may be incorrect about that.
What we presented was that, and some of these numbers show this, that we did not realize a diversion of traffic off of St. Francis with the couple of study measurements that we took. That was what we presented to them at the time. So
the number of cars on St. Francis was the same, and therefore we hypothesized that it's the same on other streets, even though we haven't counted specifically on those streets.
that's right. And we haven't got to Eaton. That's kind of one of our next ones. And certainly Howard is one that has had some attention to it as well.
All right. Ron?
Thanks, Cameron. Just a couple others. Cameron asked my question for you, but I do have one for Greg. So I had one for you and one for Greg. So Greg, if we were to say, you know, we like the report, but we really want to keep the speed bumps. Are we running into a situation where we have legal exposure, a la the stop signs that didn't have warrants when we were talking about Cordilleras and Elizabeth? Could somebody have a wreck and say, you didn't study that enough, or your own study said you shouldn't put traffic humps in, and I got in a wreck, or my transmission was ruined, and I'm going to sue the city?
Yeah, the issue you're talking about is whether or not after a public improvement is installed in the right-of-way, whether or not the city would have design immunity for the improvements. And that was the issue that came up on the Cordilleras matter, because the warrants didn't, I think, as I recall, the residents wanted a stop sign there. And so
wanted a four-way stop.
Yeah, so it's the same issue here, but not with a stop sign, but with other improvements. So I think I think the engineering city public works director is saying is that they're not the engineering judgment. They're not convinced of the engineering judgment of the efficacy of the speed humps, and so therefore they want to further study that to see the impact of that. But so that's basically the risk you're running is if an injury or an accident happened and there wasn't the engineering behind it to before you approved it, then a potential hypothetical plaintiff's attorney out there might point to the speed humps as a cause of the accident, and we wouldn't be able to, without a good record, we wouldn't be able to say, yeah, but they were approved with engineering judgment by design professionals.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just as a follow-up to that, given that, if I heard correctly a minute or so ago, we did not study the situation on Cordilleras. Are you saying?
No, on Cordilleras, I'll be clear for the record. The engineers did design those improvements. The council authorized those improvements. But what I'm saying is, in this case, I think when we're particularly about the speed humps, the engineers are concerned that they are not going to achieve the result.
But I think my question still stands, Greg, which is that basically then what happened is on Cordilleras, we didn't do the studies, and the engineering staff went ahead and designed something in good faith and put it in, and you're saying, well, okay, we're protected in that case because it was designed. And here we have some data, and they could go ahead and design the speed humps, but now we're not protected. And that seems odd.
Well, this is where I'll put my city attorney hat on and say, I'm not an engineer, but the legal standard and the issue that somebody could point out is that there may not be the engineering judgment for certain public improvements. And if the solution to the question is to instruct the engineer to design it in a way that they are satisfied with the engineering on it.
But I'm going to keep pushing on this a little bit. But I think what I also heard before, too, is, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Jay, but ask you for your reaction to this. I don't think I heard it said that it was engineering judgment that the speed humps didn't provide some benefit. It was a concern that the benefit was not great enough to justify the risk that every single street in San Carlos might be coming forward and saying, hey, we want speed humps on our street, which is different in my mind from saying that the engineering judgment saw no benefit.
Yes, and for a point of clarification, the issue on Cordilleras was at Elizabeth, and the request from the public that was pushed for so hard was for a four-way stop at that intersection, and staff was recommending that we put in a raised crosswalk speed table there as a means of reducing speed through that intersection. And that's ultimately what the council decided to do, because we did not feel we had the warrants met to put in a four-way stop and justify that. Now, at this particular location, we're feeling like, yes, the data tells us that we didn't achieve the same level of speed reduction with the speed humps that we had hoped we might. And so, in this particular case, the engineering judgment would be that maybe there was something wrong with that data, or that day that we collected the data, and so we feel like we want to collect the data again to make sure that we didn't miss something, we didn't pick up some erroneous information, and judge again whether we felt like we'd get a reduction with those speed humps at that location.
Hypothetically, Jay, if somehow I waved a magic wand and I took away the issue of concern about other areas of San Carlos asking for speed humps, given this exact same sort of fact pattern, would that change the engineering view of the observed reduction in speeds?
It would not change my recommendation to study it a little further, simply because I think we need to establish some, I think, objective criteria that we would use to evaluate other locations as well.
That almost sounds like you didn't accept, which I understand, didn't accept my magic wand thing, which says you don't need to worry about that anymore.
Right, because simply there's going to be a lot of other locations, and if in your hypothetical, if you're saying that we would just put speed humps in no matter what, wherever they were wanted, again, that's not what I'm trying to recommend. I'm trying to recommend that we establish kind of a level of speed reduction with speed humps as a tool that we can then use and would be replicated in other places around the city where we would see the same level of reduction.
To be clear, I wasn't saying I didn't mean wherever they were wanted, wherever there was a 3-mile-an-hour reduction, which is, I think, what you saw here. So, all right.
Okay. Matt?
No, I'm sorry, you failed to turn me off. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There we go. False alarm. Are there any other questions for staff? If not, now is the time for public comment on this item. I have a numerous number of public comment slips. If you would like to, if you haven't filled out a slip and you'd like to speak on public comment, you can fill out a speaker card in the back and give it to our city clerk, Crystal. We allow 2 minutes per speaker, and again, I would ask you, given the large number of speakers, to be respectful of everyone's time and try to confine your comments to those 2 minutes. Our first speaker tonight is Christiana Blouth Oliveira. Come on up. Good evening. And she'll be followed by Matt Kaufman.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to start by just sharing a story that happened last week. I am a mom of an 8-month-old baby, and I want to share the story of Casey. Casey is my neighbor. He is 18-month-old baby, and he was playing with my daughter in front of my house and his older brother. And Casey just learned how to run, and he just decided to dash to the middle of the street. And his pregnant mom screamed from the top of her lungs and ran after the boy. And thanks to the speed bumps, or the speed humps, there was a car coming right towards the boy, and thanks to the speed humps, that car came to a full stop without even screeching its wheels. So there was even a family walking by, a family who lives in Eaton, and all of us said at the same time, thank God for these speed humps. So my little girl will start walking soon, And kids will be reckless, but we don't need to be. I've seen a huge improvement on the with the speed humps, especially pulling out of my driveway, and I think it speaks from the gap between the cars. It's been very, very helpful. So I'm going to let other members here speak to the numbers and why the average doesn't speak. It's not very helpful, the average numbers for the speed reduction. But I just wanted to share that story because that was very powerful to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Matt Kaufman, followed by Mardad Parsi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for giving me the chance to talk. I live at 1618 San Francis, which is, I believe, almost the exact midpoint between the two speed bumps. And one thing that we've noticed is that since they were installed, when we back out of our driveway, cars are much slower in between the speed bumps, and people actually stop and let us get out of our driveway. Before the speed bumps were installed, we would have to sort of try and time where cars were to pull out. And oftentimes what would happen is when we pulled out of the driveway, cars would simply move into the opposite direction lane and continue to drive even while we were pulling out. And with the speed bumps now, there's been a dramatic improvement, at least in our ability to get out and also in our sense of safety with kids walking up and down the street. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mardad Parsi, followed by David Schreier. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for letting us speak, and I want to thank the department for looking at the work and doing the work they've done. We're all very appreciative of having the speed humps there. I do think it's important, I think it was said two different ways. One is this 85th percentile issue, and the other is the outliers. And I think that's the challenge here for what we're seeing. I think what you'll hear from most of our neighbors, I live at 1528 St. Francis. We have a speed hump right in front of our house. We volunteered to have it put in. We're incredibly grateful to have it there. Because it's made a huge impact on everyone. The key thing to realize, I think, is that the vast majority of people, as was said earlier, travel 25, 30 miles an hour down St. Francis. The challenge we have, I think, are the people who go 35, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And if you look at the data that the department collected after the speed humps were put in, there was actually one person who was driving 55 miles an hour between the speed humps still. And the challenge with the 85th percentile here is that it ignores that 15% of people who are going above the stated speed. So the 3 mile an hour change in the 85th percentile doesn't capture that. And, I made a little bar graph that I can share with you about hypothetical data, but the point here is that if 15% of people went 120 miles an hour and we'd reduce those to 35 miles an hour, the 85th percentile would not change by a single mile an hour. And what you'll hear from everyone around, I think, on our block is that top speed and the ability to pull in and out of our driveways is what we've all sensed. The implication of taking out the speed humps right now is that somehow the speeds were not that high before, and by putting them in, it hasn't made that much of a difference. I think you'll hear from the neighbors that neither of those is true. The speeds were too high. Having the speed humps there has made a huge difference, and we're really appreciative of it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have David Schreier, followed by Tammy Palladino.
Council, Mayor, thank you for having us talk. Couple of things. First, Greg Rubens, I'd like to ask you the question as the attorney.
Pardon me, sir.
I can't.
We're not interacting with staff tonight. You're just welcome to speak.
So regarding liability for the city, if you take out the speed humps and there's an accident that's due to speed, won't the city have liability for knowing that there's an issue of speed on St. Francis and they didn't address it? Item one. Item two, Matt, we have tried radar, we've tried the flashing lights, we've tried the police. They're temporary. We're looking for a permanent solution. The speed humps work. We're able to pull out of our driveways safely. We don't have to sight all the way down to Elm or all the way up to Chestnut to time our exits. It's great. Our quality of life is improved. Speeds are slower. What's the purpose of having the public input at the traffic committees if you're not taking it into account? There were at least 15 comments. I believe 14 of those were all positive for the speed humps, but yet we're not taking those into account. I respect Jay and his numbers, but public input is what it's all about, right? And the public saying yes for the speed humps. I could go on, but I'll let everybody talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Tammy Palladino, followed by Mike Palladino. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me speak. I just want to reiterate what I said at the other meeting that I attended. The problem that I have, and I don't feel like the mini roundabout addresses the problem at all. It seems to just be the same thing, if not worse. The problem I have is concerned with the safety of my children and my grandchildren as they're getting in and out of their vehicles. What happens with the roundabout and with the thing going down the middle of the road, it forces cars to drive on the sides of the road rather than down the middle. And I've lived there for 26 years. I've never had a problem with or concern about the cars that I parked in front of my house. I never had a problem or concern with my children getting in and out of the cars until this has been put there. And now we have lost one of our cars. It's been totaled. My grandchildren had just gone in the house less than 5 minutes before that vehicle totaled the car. So they were in that car. They were getting out. I mean, it was a close call. And in 26 years, we've never had an issue with any of our cars until now. So having the mini roundabout and the obstacle in the middle of the road still forces traffic to drive on the sides rather than down the middle of the road, which is where I prefer them to be and away from my children and my grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mike Palladino, followed by Dana Green. Good evening.
Mayor, council members, I'm just going to reiterate what my wife said, and I'll tell you. I mean, we live on the corner of Emerald and St. Francis, and my wife stated it perfectly. The real issue is the traffic calming measures that place obstructions in the middle of the road force the traffic to the sides of the road. And I'll give you an example. I mean, I would rather have someone traveling down that road 35 miles an hour, 6 to 8 feet away from my daughter or my granddaughter on the sidewalk than going down 15 miles an hour and only 2 feet away, which is what happens right in front of our house. And I'll give you something that hit home with me. My daughter, I mean, we raised 6 kids there. My daughter used to set up her lemonade stand right in front of our house. I never had to worry on the sidewalk that there was going to be a car that came close to her there. My granddaughter was trying to set one up there just a few weeks back, and I made her set it up in the middle of the lawn because it just was too dangerous for her to even be on the sidewalk right at that location. Now, on a more personal note, a little more selfish note, I mean, I can't imagine that anything that's forcing traffic towards the sidewalk is a good idea and provides safety. I hear all this thing about slowing down speed, but what I see is that we're slowing down speed at the expense of safe distance from moving traffic. Furthermore, I guess the last plan I saw where the mini roundabout was going in, I see on there that if we put that in, we're going to take away 4 more parking spots. There's already been 4 taken away, the 4 that are on St. Francis. I understand moving the crosswalks across Emerald further down the block, but that is going to take 4 more spots out of there.
If I could have you finish your thought.
Yes. Anyways, so parking is an issue, but the bigger issue is the proximity to the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dana Green, followed by Gregory Gavoni. Good evening.
Good evening. I live at Pearl and St. Francis, and to be frank, people go way, way, way too fast. I try to cross at Pearl and St. Francis. There is no crosswalk. It's an angled corner, and so the motorists don't really see the pedestrians. There's tons of kids crossing there. It's very dangerous. But I also am very concerned about you not putting speed bumps on that block. 2 cars have landed in my neighbor and my lawn in the last 8 months, and they were heading the other way. So they crossed the road and landed on our side. And 3 years ago or 4 years ago, another one did it. And so I don't think your solution has improved that section at all. So, I mean, that's just my concern. They're going way too fast. My son plays basketball in the driveway, and I think he'd be dead if he'd been there the other day. And that really bothers me. So please consider putting speed bumps in other spots. Those little dips at Pearl for the water, they rip up the bottoms of people's cars, and I don't think anybody sued you over that. I actually know someone who thought those were put in to slow traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Gregory Gavoni, followed by John Najak. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. And I want to say I appreciate all the efforts that have gone into trying to find solutions to the calming of the traffic. I just want to say I live at 1425, and I've noticed an improvement, a reduction of speeds around the humps of being able to pull out. I also like to point out that a lot of these measures are individual spots, whereas the humps are over a region. So if you're measuring one spot in the middle of the region, that's going to affect. So you should probably take account of the whole section, not just one, like at the other instances. And I'd just like to point out, at the roundabout, you've moved the crosswalks back, so people, when they cross, will not be as obvious, so it may make it difficult for people to cross the street, or just when people are turning, if you don't see anybody in the corner, they'll do it and they might not see the person in the crosswalk, so I think that might be a bit dangerous. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is John Najak, followed by Judy Petrelli. Good evening.
Mayor, council people, I live on the corner of St. Francis and Emerald. I really don't want to reiterate what was said at the transportation meeting. I actually brought the minutes from it, and I brought them for you. It basically goes through that we're very unhappy with the roundabout. And this is the first opportunity I had to look at the new plan. And as I look at the new plan, it appears to me, and I'm not sure, that they're going to cut the curves and they're going to actually encroach on my property based on what I saw in order to be able to widen it. It's just a major issue for us on that street. As I said earlier, the cars, they bypass it, they're in the gutter, and if they move the rain gutter, you have the rain, the water flowing down St. Francis, you have the rain flowing down Emerald, and all it's going to do is just build up in that one corner, and when you put comply with ADA, the water is going to go into the curve itself. So it's just not a really good solution. When we left the transportation meeting, I was working out the supposition that was taken off the board. One of the commissioners said, yes, we're taking it off the board, we're going to redesign it, and it appears that hasn't been done. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Judy Petrelli, followed by Manny Gabe.
Well, Judy's giving me her time. I'm not Judy.
Okay. All right. Good evening.
Oh, good evening. And so I live along the stretch of St. Francis with the temporary speed humps. And before the humps, over 200 cars per day were speeding past our homes, going 35 miles per hour or faster. Again, that's 200 cars per day speeding past our homes. And I believe that this makes St. Francis a relatively unique situation, but if other neighborhoods have the same problems, they deserve speed humps as well. As a result of that speed survey a year ago, a petition was presented to the Transportation and Circulation Committee, and it was signed by nearly every resident between Cedar and Elm. And the petition was to request the installation of the speed humps. After the humps were installed, residents on our block showed, again, overwhelming support for these features at the Transportation and Circulation Committee meetings. And so it's stunning to learn that the engineers are not requesting funds to make them permanent because they only slowed traffic down by 3 miles per hour. And with all due respect to Mr. Walter, I believe that their analysis is flawed for a variety of reasons. First of all, as many of us stated at the previous meetings, Transportation and Circulation Committee meetings, the speed survey used to assess the impact of the humps along our stretch was not representative of the actual conditions, because speeds were measured only at one spot, and it was at the point furthest away from the speed humps and the stop signs. What matters to us is how average speeds have changed along the entire stretch of road. Second, there was no recognition of all the other ways in which the humps have made our streets safer. And as you've heard from other people today, nearly every resident on our block has a story describing how the humps have improved their quality of life. Third, if you read carefully in the engineer's report, they claim that the other calming measures will have such an effect on driver behavior that they'll drive more slowly on our street anyways, despite the absence of the humps. If this is true, then why didn't these other measures up the road already sufficiently reduce speeds on our section? Moreover, if all the calming features aren't needed, why not remove the traffic circle, which is expensive and disliked by many, and keep the humps, which are cheap and appreciated by many? Finally, if speeds weren't adequately...
Sir, if I could just have you wrap up last.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Finally, if speeds weren't adequately slowed by the humps, then why not make them bigger? Why not propose some other calming measures? I don't understand the logic that one thing was tried, it didn't work, so let's give up. I urge the council to reject the resolution.
Thank you for your comments. So Ms. Petrelli does not wish to speak, is that correct? Okay. Our next speaker is Roxanne Wise, followed by Corinne Bertram.
Good evening. I own the home at 2305 St. Francis Way, the intersection at Emerald and St. Francis. I have been very unhappy with the circle and have I've sat in my car and watched the cars go by and swerve pretty close to my home as they go down. And when they're coming down Emerald and making a left-hand turn onto St. Francis, oftentimes they don't even go on the circle. It's a very narrow area. I recommended or put in my request for stop signs for. I think it's rather odd that you just say, well, people roll through stop signs, so we're not going to put them there. When we have two of them already and people are not rolling, they're stopping at the stop signs. I would prefer a four-way stop or try speed bumps in our area rather than this elaborate concrete construction in this small area that was such a beautiful area as far as aesthetic, and now it's going to look like I don't know what. So we haven't tried the speed bumps there. I don't know what it would cost to have the speed bumps tried out or put up stop signs that aren't permanent to see how they would work. So I would prefer to see those two options first before we put in this elaborate concrete construction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Corinne Bertram, followed by Robert Kimball. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Corinne Bertram, and please forgive any shaking or blips, but this literally is the only place that I've been outside our home and my husband's ICU hospital room in 49 days. That's how impassioned I am about a four-way stop at Park and St. Francis, although at this point it's probably moot. In the last 37 years, my family has lived on the northeast corner of Park and St. Francis Way. We've never noticed east-west traffic having any real problem staying on the right side of the street, because that appears to be the only positive effect for the existing lane delineators in place now. They seem to many of us ineffective in slowing traffic for the bulk of motorists. To anyone new, they might slow down on the first pass, but ignore them next, no longer cautious. They knew nothing positive for pedestrians, especially small children going to and from White Oak School, or cars on Park Avenue trying to merge or get across St. Francis. In fact, they tend to be things that get drivers noticed more so than pedestrians or cross traffic. Ironically, at the first traffic calming meeting, we residents unanimously agreed four-way stops in some spots were exactly what the situation called for and what we all wanted, at least to start with. Of all the different things in place now, the only ones not tried again, and the only things unanimously agreed upon, was a four-way stop It's also cost-effective. While some motorists might roll through them, they also run red lights, drive while texting, or drive drunk. Even if 3 out of 4 potential cars stopped, that would work. It doesn't negate their value or import here or worldwide. That might also be a great place to station a traffic policeman with a radar gun and ticket book once the stop signs would be in place. That might even pay for them. We still believe a 4-way stop at Park Avenue in St. Francis should be the most effective solution not only to slowing traffic, but easing cross-traffic through the intersection and providing safer crossing for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Robert Kimball, followed by, I think it's Jeannie Weiner. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. With all due respect, it's a little difficult to respond to a 30-minute presentation in 2 minutes. He brought up, after seeing some of these pictures, some new questions have popped up. One of the things I'd like to point out is the Howard traffic circle was modified once, and then stop signs were added, which I think makes the traffic circle useless. I think that's a huge expense to go to. Let's build it and see if it works. Doesn't sound like a good idea either. I know that we had asked at the last meeting on the 19th of April that commercial drivers like UPS, FedEx also be asked about their ability to make left turns in and out of Emerald Avenue, that they be asked, and I'm not hearing there was any response to that. I've seen the garbage trucks drive over the circle. The circle has been repaired a number of times. There's at least 6 of the pylons that are knocked down on a regular basis, and they're usually the inside, obviously where someone's trying to make a left. I have a truck with a boat, 24-foot boat and approximately 30-foot trailer. That's not going to make it around that circle. I think that by moving ahead and putting up the obstruction and seeing if it works is a huge waste of money, an enormous waste of time, and I think, again, reiterating some of what the other people said, is still going to be very dangerous. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Jeannie Weiner, followed by Michelle Briggs. Good evening.
Mayor and councilmen. When they first put in the traffic circle, first I saw the paint on the road, and then they installed the temporary traffic circle. And I basically had to come to a complete stop to turn from St. Francis onto my home, which is on the 400 block of Emerald. To the credit of the city public works, they did go out and they actually had to move the stanchions, which are in the center of the road, back in order to enlarge the circle so you could actually get around the circle. I'm assuming that this was engineered, which gives me great concern about the roundabout. Why put in a roundabout and not the median islands that you have at Park? That sounded like that was very effective. Just to have, they've got those stanchions, they just kind of bow out and people slow down for those. Why the elaborate roundabout? And I agree that building something that you can't prove it's going to work unless you build it first just sounds very ill-advised. And I also noticed that in all of these cases, the traffic does bow out around all of these obstacles towards the sidewalk. So I do agree that I have a concern with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michelle Briggs, followed by Jasper D. Giovanni. Good evening.
Good evening. It's been mentioned that speeding happens throughout San Carlos, and that's definitely true. We actually used to live right in between Howard and Belmont, but now we live on St. Francis. We bought our home about 2 years ago, and St. Francis is unique. It is wider than most of those other streets, and it is also street, and there are no natural barriers that cause somebody to slow down. There aren't curbs in the road. There aren't places where the road narrows and you have to pull in to let a car by. So it's different. It's different than Belmont. It's different than Howard, and it's different than Eaton. And since the speed bumps, there has been a huge change. Before the last meeting, I went outside my house and I watched 16 cars go over those humps, and all 16 of them had their brake lights on. So, I mean, that's pretty good data, right? And as has been mentioned, measuring from one spot in between those speed humps is flawed. Not only is it only one spot and not the average, but it's exactly in between where those two speed humps are. So people come over one, and then they naturally start to accelerate, and that's where we're measuring. So I don't think that people are necessarily making up for lost time in that they're going faster than they would have, even at that one point, which is exactly probably the point that they're going fastest. It's still 3 miles an hour slower. So if you took the average, you know, as all the residents here are saying, it really feels like it is a much greater decline than that. And just in terms of the process here, I sent a couple of emails over the weekend, and I'm a little bit calmer now. But it has been pretty disheartening. You know, the group here, we've spent close to 5 hours before walking in here. Now it's, 7, 8 hours expressing our feedback, and it's been unanimous feedback. And then the actual proposal is complete opposite to that. So we really do urge you to reject the proposal and implement something that clearly all the residents are asking for, which is to keep the speed humps and to look for an alternative solution to the traffic circle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jasper D. Giovanni, followed by Brian Perkins. Good evening, sir.
Mayor, council members, thank you. I didn't think I'd make it this far. I thought this had been resolved a long time ago. Anyway, I live at 465 Emerald Avenue, and when they first put up the circle that we have right now, I called and said I cannot get my boat out. That way I have to go all the way to Eaton Avenue, and oh no, you can make it. I fish I have a small trailer and a boat. I fish about 4 times a week. It's a lot, I know, but anyway, I do get out, and I have to go around that circle. I can't make the right-hand turn because of pylons there, or I'll jump the curb. So I have to, when I make the left turn, I'm hitting all the pylons that are up there. My thoughts are, and I've been against this circle from the beginning, I resent spending all the money that I can see going out to fix the curbing and the street and to put this little roundabout, and where you can put just 2 little stop signs up and maybe paint some signs that say stop on the street. That's my figures.
Thank you, sir. Now we have Brian Perkins, followed by Rebecca Bean. Good evening, Brian.
Good evening. I don't fish 4 times per week. I wish I could. I do want to say 2 things. First of all, I like pretty much what's been done on the street, and I know people have a lot of objections to different things. If the roundabout went away, it wouldn't be a disaster as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of a pain in the neck. But I'm really here tonight to talk about the speed bumps and to say that those have really worked. We don't even live near them, as the council knows, and those have really worked. And I know the data doesn't tend to support it, although I do think a 10% reduction is a significant reduction. But what I notice as I'm going there is not that the people speed in between the bumps, it's that people kind of creep up to the bumps and they start going slowly, and then they continue going slowly afterwards. I mean, that's my experience. I see it in the morning commute and I see it in the evening commute. And it doesn't surprise me at all that people are suddenly yielding to people, because on my block, I can't get out. People won't yield, and it's not surprising. If they tried to yield to me, they'd probably get rear-ended. People are going so quickly, so fast on my block. So I originally didn't like speed bumps on my block. I'm a believer now. I'm a believer because I've seen it, and I'm also a believer because on the way over here with my wife, she told me I believed it, and so now I believe it. That just cemented the point. And finally, I do think that this whole idea that we have to be concerned about liability is a serious one, and the council needs to seriously consider that. At the same time, it's also a choice that the council makes, and not legal counsel and not staff. And I do believe that 10% is more than enough from a common sense standpoint, from a reasonableness standpoint, to say, yeah, this is working, there's a quality of life difference that's good. And after waiting decades for this to happen, after asking for a few years, now it's time to just stand pat and put in the permanent ones, and then we'll go on to the next dispute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Rebecca Bean, followed by Marjorie Ricotta. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. I attended the meeting of April 19th to express my concern about the speed bump located next to my house at 1732 St. Francis. It's right there by the second one. And I was asked if a bump was put in, if they put a concrete one, which would be quieter, would that be okay? What my problem is, it's not only the noise of the bump, but what's even louder is the acceleration, what people, after they get over the bump, that they jump on it. And I live there, and there are people speed a lot, and we have trucks going down, and there are carriages hit, and it's very noisy. So I'm asking that the speed bump be moved. I would like to be one of the residents requesting it not be by my home. I know my neighbors really enjoy the speed bumps, and I think that's great, but I personally am having a problem with it. So if I would have known about the first meeting that took place, I would have been one of the ones that requested it not be put by my house. But I didn't have that option, and now I'm living with the consequence of it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. Our next speaker is Marjorie Ricotta, followed by Amy Stevenson.
I'm Amy Stevenson.
Oh, okay.
Marjorie's out of town. She asked me to make a statement on her behalf. Is that appropriate?
That is appropriate. Feel free.
Marjorie's lived on the street since 1958, and she has watched the gradual and harmful traffic changes take place over the years. The speed humps have made a tremendous difference in slowing cars down, as well as taking some of the huge vehicles off of St. Francis that our street is not equipped for. In addition, I can now back safely out of my driveway without the threat of being hit. My neighbor runs a business out of his home and often has several large vans parked on the street blocking my view. Although visibility is poor, the fact that the drivers have to slow down for the hump has made backing out of my driveway much safer. Doing away with the speed humps will do more harm than good. I hope you will reconsider the decision.
Thank you. And did you have additional comments that you want? Okay.
I do have comments for myself.
Please continue.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Amy Stevenson at 1433. I've lived there 17 years. Over the past 2 years, I've really enjoyed working with Jay and his staff, and they've given us a lot of opportunities to provide feedback on this process of trying to solve the speeding issue. We've had some great TNC meetings. The data that is reflected here, again, is not representative with what we're seeing, and I think, as Michelle said, there's a flaw in the way the data was gathered, that it was looking at data at one spot between the humps rather than data over the entire 1,250 feet between Cedar and Elm. I do have to say the quality of my life has improved greatly. I can now sit in my living room and read a book at 4 in the afternoon. I don't hear large trucks rumbling through. I used to have to grip my knuckles and just go like this that you could get out and backwards out of your driveway, and now I can back out safely. I used to have to come in and pull in backwards as the only way to be able to get out effectively. The speed humps work. We did gather a petition of residents in the one day that we had this weekend, and we'd like to submit that where we'd like council to reject the plan as proposed unless the speed bumps would be permanent. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Chris Wuthman, followed by Monica Lee. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you very much. I'm Chris Wuthman. My family and I live at 1943 St. Francis Way. I've come to speak in support of traffic calming measures for our neighborhood. My comments are a bit more general, as it seems there is still some wayfinding to be done in analyzing needs and solutions. But it also does seem to me that if we can keep our sidewalks safe with what might be called a crack elimination program, we can keep our streets safe too. For joggers, for bicyclists, for pedestrians crossing at crosswalks, with measures to make drivers drive a bit slower, because enforcement, as important as it is not enough. I know many people find the traffic calming measures a bit inconvenient and annoying, but I believe this is truly an opportunity, bottom line, to potentially save a life, if done correctly. Certainly the engineers will and can tweak the implementation of the program, especially at the potential roundabout, just as Stanford University is doing as it is implementing roundabouts at its heavier intersections. But there's no question that you should approve a program tonight, in my opinion. So it's with gratitude, after many years of speeding and unsafe intersections on our cut-through street, which is how our street is referred to, that I would like to thank staff and appointed and elected officials for the wisdom and strength to advance this action with appropriate recommendations. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comments. Now we have Monica Lee, followed by Rachel Levine. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, council people. I live at 2245 St. Francis Way, which is the southeast corner of Emerald and St. Francis. And right now, the roundabout is just west of me. So when as I mentioned on the 19th in April, when I get into my driveway because of these temporary medians, I have to go around the circle, and I actually have to sit in the circle because there's traffic coming down, and they don't know to stop. So I end up sitting in the circle because people don't realize that the people in the circle has right of way. And so that's my first concern. With the permanent proposal, I believe there's going to be concrete median that's put outside. Right now, I already have to back into my driveway because of the temporary median. With the permanent concrete median, I'm just worried that I'm going to keep hitting the median. And so my driveway is actually within the length of the median, and I would just ask council to reconsider that because it's actually taking up a lot of my space for being able to maneuver out of my driveway and getting into the driveway. The second thing is, we saw that there's concern about the price of the roundabout, and based on the scenario that we saw on Howard and Dayton, it looked like to compensate for that, we need to put stop sign in. So since there's already 2 stop signs up, like some of our neighbors have talked about, why don't we try putting 2 stop signs in first, see if that works before we decide on testing out a permanent solution with the roundabout. So that's some of the things that I just would ask the board to think about, because I'm supportive of calming measure, but I think some of these recommendations could be fine-tuned before they get approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Now we have Rachel Levine, followed by Andrea Hernacki. Good evening.
Good evening. Rachel Levine. I live at 2310 St. Francis Way, which puts me 1 off the corner. I hate the roundabout. And part of it is it has shifted parking. And I only have 2 cars, and one's always in my driveway, and the other's right next to my driveway. But things are shifting from only losing 2. And if you go to the redesigned one on your picture, and we're taking out another 2, that takes out 4 spaces from my neighbors, the Palladinos. Where are those cars going to end up getting parked? They can't park on Emerald because that's already way full. They're going to come further up. The other thing to take into account with shifting parked cars is that everybody comes down Garnet or Emerald, tries to cross St. Francis, and I include myself in this, to get to Eaton so we can get to the 4-way stop so we can safely make a left onto the Alameda. You really can't do that during commute hours by going up St. Francis. So when you say you're going to address Eaton at a later time, you kind of need to think about that at the same time because they're very connected. The redesign also, my neighbor brought that up, the drainage when we have rain again will be an issue, because it does flow down that side and it does go over the curbs for the ADA stuff, in which case, what good is it for the pedestrians? Well, we can't go through our crosswalk anyway, it'll be flooded. I'm also wondering why speed bumps are cheaper, the neighbors down at the other end love them, and you're going to test more on them. A roundabout costs more. The prototype didn't work, but we're going to go ahead and build it. This is inconsistent and illogical. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker tonight is Andrea Hernacki, followed by Florence Nixon. Good evening.
Pardon me if I'm nervous, because this is my first time doing this. Okay, I live at 2235 St. Francis Way, and I've lived there for the last 15 years. And for the last 15 years, all we have wanted is a four-way stop. I don't want any circles. I just want another stop sign. At one point, we volunteered to pay for a stop sign, and we were told that we couldn't have a stop sign because then it would force traffic to slow down, which didn't make any sense to me. But please, take the traffic circle out and try a stop sign. This morning, my husband bought a radar gun, and he stood outside our house, and he timed the cars coming at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and they were each doing 45, 35 miles an hour, and one of them was doing 50, and these are big trucks going to work. Please, just a stop sign. I'd like to be able to get out of my driveway in the morning because I think they have the luxury of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Florence Nixon, followed by Nanny Kondrichu. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. Florence Nixon. I live at 600 Park, so I'm going to move you over to Park in St. Francis for a minute here. 600 Park, I'm on the corner of Park and St. Francis. I am on the southwest corner of Park and St. Francis. We currently, as I have brought up before at the April meeting as well as in other emails, the temporary traffic calming block, the temporary calming items completely block my access to my driveway. My driveway is on St. Francis. My address is on Park. I can't get across the traffic barriers. The Public Works recognized this and removed some of the poles so that I could pull in to my driveway. And also so I can get out of my driveway. They were very nice to do that. But as I understand the recommendation, the plan at the corner of Park and St. Francis is to replace those temporary calming things with permanent cement barriers, which now means I really can't get into my driveway, and it will be very difficult for me to get out of my driveway, my garage. I actually do park a car in my garage. So I would really, I don't understand, one, how the city can make this change and block access to my property. So that's the first question. But I would really like to ask you to reconsider what design you put at that corner. I'm totally in favor of some sort of traffic calming device. I think it's great. I have no problem with that. I think there have been many others that have been offered up, any of which would work on that corner.
Ma'am, if I could just have you finish your last thought.
I just can't imagine that any of you would want to have access to your garage completely blocked. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last speaker card that I have is for Nani Kondrichu. Good evening.
Good evening. I live on the southeast side of St. Francis Way between Elm and Chestnut, so I'm going to talk about the speed hump. I just want to share with you, every day my husband and I cross the street to take our daughter to the school. And the comment that my daughter made, she's 10 years old, and she said, wow, the traffic is getting slower. It's so nice to cross the street. It's so much easier, because every day she has to do that. Before it was really difficult because there were a lot of cars going too fast. And then the other thing also, we have to pull out the driveway. It really helps to have the speed humps. And one of the things that from the presentation earlier, I think the proposal was to do another resurvey. I think possibly we probably have enough data. We have 2,000 data of the car going by. I think that's powerful enough study. Usually in any scientific study, that's pretty powerful study. So I would propose maybe we look at the data again, analyze it in a different way, and look at the outliers and see if it really reduced, and then we're done. We just move on. That's all.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on public comment on this item? All right. Well, I really appreciate everyone coming tonight and sharing your thoughts with us. Mark, you have your light on for some additional questions for staff. I would, the hour is getting late. We have a lot of things on the agenda. I would like to move to a motion and discussion as soon as possible, but feel free to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try and be as brief as I can, and I actually, depending on the answers I get to the questions, I will be willing to make a motion. First, just a couple of very brief general comments. A number of people remarked about feeling very nervous when they were up there. Understand that feeling. I feel nervous when I address these guys, too, from over there. It's not them. It's just, it feels weird. Everybody did a great job with that. I do want to just briefly mention, several people talked about almost the implication that staff had some deliberate plan in place to mess things up because of the way the results came out. There actually is a way to explain how both your observations about the impact of speed humps and the radar data are in fact exactly consistent. In the interest of time, I won't explain that now, but if anybody's interested, grab me later or send me an email and I'll be happy to explain it to you. The key thing, also, last comment that I just want to make for people, a number of people said, well, why don't you just put stop signs in? One of the things that I've learned over the years of being a public official is I used to do that all the time too. And when the obvious answer is not the answer that's coming forward, it's not always because the people that are coming up with the proposal are incompetent or ignorant or corrupt or something. A lot of times what it is there are factors that you're not aware of in the law that actually constrain what we can do. And in the case of stop signs, we actually can't just put stop signs up wherever we want. The state law forbids that, or specifically what it says is put them up where you like, but if somebody gets injured in that intersection, you're liable. So those are constraints that we operate under, and that's why we don't do sometimes the obvious things. Jay, questions. Did we look at using more speed bumps along the way here as opposed to, for example, the roundabout as an alternative there?
We
considered that. I know we didn't actually do it. But
no, what we had, again, one of our original intents was looking at this section and individual locations and the conditions along the street. And so the speed humps were viewed as more appropriate for that longer stretch of roadway rather than near an intersection. So that's the reason why we didn't consider any speed humps up there close to the intersection with Emerald.
Okay, so it's not that it would be a bad thing to do. It's just we thought the mini roundabout was better.
That's correct.
Okay. Several people raised questions about how even with the temporary devices, they either were unable to get in and out of their property, or it was extraordinarily difficult, and your staff had to actually intervene and do things. Does the design of what staff is recommending for the permanent emplacements take into account all of those issues?
There's a couple of them that, if I remember right, the one at Park in particular, the driveway is fairly close to the intersection. And so we were able to accommodate that with the removing some of the sticks so that a left turn access could be made into the driveway or out of the driveway. When we put that curbing in place, it's that mountable type curb. So it's not the large 6-inch tall square curb that you see on the side of the roadway. So that actually can be positioned in a way that it's like a small hump to go over rather than an obstacle to go through.
I see.
And it's definitely different than with the sticks standing up at that 3-foot level.
Got it. There's a little more flexibility in sort of a gray zone.
Yes.
A gray area. Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has questions, I'm actually happy to make a motion.
We do have a couple questions, so why don't we hold our motion for just a second?
As long as you give me a chance to make it.
We'll see where we end up. Matt, over to you.
So I just wanted to, despite Mr. Olbert's effort at the explanation on stop signs, Could you, I know we had a similar issue on the east side where people wanted stop signs, I believe, for quite some time, and oftentimes I know the reasoning is that it's not what's called warranted, not warranted like we're just saying it's not warranted, so we're not going to do it, but that's actually a technical legal term, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, but we went ahead eventually and I believe put in some of these stop signs that were being requested over the years by East Side residents. So what I'd like to know is what would prevent us, or what would be the danger, if you will, of putting stop signs, making a four-way stop out of, I believe it was not Park, but is it Emerald? Wherever the
Emerald was the one that was
yeah.
kind of most requested for a four-way stop. So our city attorney can explain some of the more technical legalese as it goes along with this in terms of the law, and the police chief can as well. But generally speaking, the stop sign is something which has been designed over time in terms of the use of the stop sign. It's been set up to where it acts as a right-of-way control at an intersection. So that means when you put it in, everybody has to obey it because that's the law. The vehicle code says if it says stop, you have to stop, and if you don't, then you have a violation of that. So one thing that stop signs do is they make everybody stop all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when there's no cars coming. So that means everybody has to stop. And so there's a factor of delay that gets introduced to an intersection where everybody has to stop. Sometimes that's why you get people who will sort of just roll through a stop and not really stop. But sometimes it's necessary to have that stop sign there so that you can control the right-of-way, so that as cars approach, that when the volumes are high enough on that side street, you want to make sure that they have a chance to get out. So sometimes a stop sign is an appropriate measure, but in some cases it's not, because the warrant would say, well, there's not enough volume on the side street to justify placement of a stop sign. That way, then the traffic would have to wait its turn to get out. Sometimes accidents are used as a warrant criteria for stop sign placement when there are collisions that occur because of the lack of, say, the right-of-way being respected, and a vehicle will try to go out and be hit by another car. So those are just some of the sort of warrant features that are looked at when you analyze an intersection for that type of control. The next phase of that, beyond a stop sign, is traffic signal control, and there are also warrants that are used to help justify when you would place a traffic signal.
But what I hear from that is, bottom line, there's nothing to prevent the council from saying, you know what, we'd like to see stop signs there.
There's nothing to prevent the council from saying that, but then I'll defer to our city attorney for the potential ramifications of that type of a decision.
I'll just chime in that the question that you asked Councilman Grocott, that you have the power to put a stop sign in at any intersection in town. It's just whether or not it's a good idea, and whether or not we lose this design immunity because it doesn't meet the standards that have been developed over the years for stop signs.
Anything further, Matt?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thanks. Bob?
So Jay, well, let me make a statement first. There, I don't know how many, but 20 plus folks speak. All 20 of you will not get everything you want. Just want to say that right off the get-go. Maybe your parked cars will be impacted. Maybe your driveway will be impacted. Maybe your getting out of your house will be impacted. Something will be impacted. So just bear with us, but there's no way we can make all of you happy. All right? Let's start with that. No way, shape, or form, because there's folks that want to move things and do whatever. Secondly, I guess the question I have is, Jay, for the crosswalks, I think I understand why you moved them for safety reasons in effect, but the person who did mention it, and it's sort of in my mind too, the person's going to be turning wherever they are here. If they're going to take a right-hand turn on a street here, they are going to be out of. Most crosswalks are right there at your eye. You know, when you turn, you see the crosswalk. It's going to be pushed down a little bit. I have to admit, I'm not sure that's the greatest idea going, only because of just practice. I mean, from an eye standpoint. But again, I understand why you were doing it. I'm not sure about that. The other thing I had a question of, is are we going to put, if we're not going to have stop signs, and I understand why, are we going to put yield signs or yield in the street as well as on the curb?
Yes.
Because that's what, okay, because otherwise, this lady who was stuck in the, plus the fact that folks don't know how to use, to be quite honest, roundabouts in this country are completely different than what folks are used to. But there's got to be a yield sign to hopefully get people awake to the fact that if somebody's in the circle, they have the right of way.
That's correct, Councilman Grisilli. And if you look at the image on the screen in front of you, I can answer again both those questions. Mm-hmm. The yield markings, that is the word yield, and the diagonal or the triangles that are used for yield markings, as well as signs on the sides, are there. It's a standard part of the package that goes in. And in this case, you can see that the crosswalk is essentially one car length from that point where a driver is waiting to enter the circle. And that's the key, that driver is going to be slowed, practically stopped right there while they wait to go into the circle, and so the pedestrians can cross behind that car.
The issue I have is that person's going to come into the circle, come into the circle for a split second and go to the right, like that car at the lower right is, and then that person's going to show up for the crosswalk. They're not going to. It's great if it works. In other words, if the car's there, I get it. But if the person shows up just as he or she turns, now what? He or she has to stop. Where'd that guy come from?
And again, part of the function of the roundabout, as it reduces speeds, that typical speed in that roundabout is going to be 10 to 15 miles per hour, which is definitely slower than if you had an uncontrolled intersection where somebody had to wait for a pedestrian to
I agree
cross.
with the roundabout. I'm sorry, I'm not saying myself very well. I'm looking at the center bottom here. Person comes to that, they're not in the roundabout yet. They stop, they yield, there's no cars coming, they take a right-hand turn, and they're going to start to speed up. And then there's going to be a crosswalk. And that's the thing that's a little bit concerning to me. So, again, I'm not an engineer, but that's the thing that is concerning to me. I think that's all I have.
Thanks, Bob. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jay, I'm just wondering, when you were doing all these studies, we talk about warrants for stop signs. Did part of the study include whether or not stop signs were warranted at Emerald and Park?
Yes, and the volume, we didn't do one at Park, but we did one at Emerald, and the volumes were too low on the side street to justify a stop sign for that main street. So that's one of the reasons why we didn't consider a four-way stop at that location.
All right. If we were to entertain a speed bump on upper St. Francis, where would you think it would go?
We'd have to take a look.
It's sort of an open-ended question, but you'd have to look at it. But
we'd have to look at it, and we'd have to position it so that it wasn't directly adjacent to an intersection.
Mm-hmm.
We don't think that that's the right place for them, so it would need to be slipped down mid-block somewhere to be, I think, effective in being able to slow traffic.
Okay. And then lastly, where exactly are we measuring the speed on, somebody said between the speed bumps? I haven't noticed any equipment there. Is there some inconspicuous piece of equipment that we're measuring it there?
Yes, it is inconspicuous. It's designed to be that way. And it was at the point midpoint between the two speed humps where we collected our after data. And that's where we got that value that showed the 28 miles per hour. And we used that same location approximately when we collected the before data.
Okay, and so we've got a speed bump that is just east of Gover. Then we have another one mid-block, I guess. And is the distance between that second one going east and Elm, are they all pretty much equidistant? In other words, is the distance between Elm and the first speed bump and the second speed bump and Chestnut, are those all fairly equidistant distances?
They're kind of, and again, we tried to stay away from Gover and the next street, which is, I can't.
Oh, that's right. It's
Chestnut
between
there.
Gover and Chestnut.
We tried not to get too close to that intersection of Gover, so whether they're exactly,
Yeah, okay, no, I'm glad you put that back up because
yeah,
I can see that better now. All right. All right, that's all the questions I have at the moment.
Just one quick question for me, Jay. The speaker who said she didn't want the speed hump directly in front of her house, if the speed bump were to be made permanent, do you have some latitude about where to move it, or is that the only location for it?
We have some latitude. In fact, when we finally settled on these locations, we did have a couple people say they didn't want them there, and so we moved them. So we do our best to work with the residents, but effectively, if you are going to put one in, it has to go in front of somebody's
Sure,
place.
absolutely. Last question is, I think we're moving to making a motion here. Just some thoughts from staff. If the council wants to make modifications to the recommendation, do you have any concerns? I mean, I know your recommendation is there, but in terms of picking and choosing from the various options that are available and were studied, do you have if the council wants to make a modification, do you have any suggestions about how that modification might be made?
I would strongly recommend that you not consider installing a four-way stop at either of those intersections because I believe strongly that they should be reserved for the use where the warrants are met. So that would be my first point. If we were to move forward and the council said go ahead and put in the permanent speed humps, I think we could definitely live with that. I think that that's ultimately where I expected we would go once we collected the data. So it wasn't our intent to say, oh no, speed humps aren't going to be put in. But again, we have to think about, as I mentioned before, the data would be what we would like to see support the speed humps. But I could live with those. As it relates up at Emerald, I would want to have an opportunity to go back and look at what else we might try there. I do believe that a mini roundabout would be a really good installation there. Again, there are so few of those in around our area that there's just not a lot that you can go back and get some experience with. And as was mentioned by one resident, the trio that are on the Stanford University campus are tremendous examples of roundabouts and how well they can work in terms of traffic flow and calming speeds and things like that. So that's one I'd like to get some more time to try to figure out what else we might try there.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jay. That's helpful. Any further questions for staff? If not, I think Mark wants to make a motion.
Been waiting with bated breath. No, I'm just kidding. Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2016-57, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos approving the final plan for traffic calming improvements on St. Francis Way between Alameda de los Pulgas and El Camino Real, with the caveat or the addition that the speed humps that were studied be made permanent.
Well, I'll second it just to get the discussion
I
going.
was going to do the same thing. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to put a competing motion.
Please do.
So I would move that we approve the resolution with the inclusion of the speed humps, but the elimination of the traffic circle.
Do I hear a second?
Excuse me, Mr. City Attorney, can I second that too? Okay, I'll second that, but a question, or the only reason, Matt, a little bit of a change around, that staff go back and study, eliminate that, I'll necessarily go with that, but to go back and, as Jay indicated, to go back and see if there's a better, or another solution that he might be able to come up with. That's what you indicated, right, Jay? That you could possibly go back and see if there's some other way we can do it besides stop signs.
So eliminate the roundabout, but further study the intersection.
Is that okay?
Yeah. And then I would have a comment to
So pardon me for just a second. So we have a competing motion on the floor, or substitute motion on the floor. We have a second. So now we can discuss it.
Okay. So as part of the discussion item, one of the things that, well, we even had under our interviews tonight, 3 candidates for Traffic and Transportation Commission, or whatever it's called these days, and all of them talked about looking at what other cities do. And one of the things that's not in this study that other cities do, both Palo Alto and Menlo Park, is they put in gates on certain roadways. And what those gates do, I mean, it looks like you're entering into a farm or something. It's a wooden fence structure, and it narrows the entrance to that roadway, tightens it up. and you have no choice but to go through that slowly, because it doesn't impede at all the legal lane of the road, but it just gives you this impression that this is rather tight here and I better slow down before I go through. And they seem to, from my experience, I used to live in Menlo Park, and I go through there on occasion, and I find them useful, and they do the job that you want. So that's something that, eliminate the roundabout. One of the things we could look at the top of St. Francis is, one of these gate structures, and that's something that you could also model with pylons, and like you did with the roundabout, something that's flexible. If somebody hit it, it's not going to hurt their vehicle, just as a test. But I just know that there's other things that we could look at, and it wouldn't have to be necessarily a roundabout. So,
Thank you, Matt. Ron?
Thanks, Cameron. Yeah, I live down there, so I've been traveling this area a long time, but St. Francis is really a long street, and it has different characteristics at different points. I think the only thing I really like about this is the traffic calming measure at Walnut and the speed bumps. But before I go on, I want to say to staff, Jay particularly, I think you guys did a great job. You've shown us a lot of options. You're responsive to the public. You've answered all of our questions, and I'm generally very pleased. You always do a great job. But having said that, I have to be honest, I don't think I've ever been more unhappy with a proposal in the entire time I've been on the council. I like roundabouts. In fact, I'm on the Four Corners Committee with Bob Grisilli, and we're going to recommend 3 of them around Carmel. I think they're wonderful. They're going to do a great job. I think they're really going to control traffic. But the traffic pattern there is different. I'm just really unsure about a roundabout here. But with respect to the speed bumps, we were looking at the speed reduction of 3 miles an hour and thinking of it that way. Well, I tried to look at it the other way. It was kind of surprising to me to know that with a speed limit of 25 miles an hour, before we did anything, it was 32 miles an hour, which is 28% over the limit. Well, bringing it to 29 miles an hour is only 16% over the limit. That's a 12% improvement when you think about it that way. And I realize that's not how these studies are done, but intuitively that's how I looked at it. If it were, if I had it my way, I think I'd probably throw the whole thing out and start over again. But so many people want the speed humps. I want it, selfishly speaking, I will admit that, but I'm a resident, so I get to vote on it. But I really think that we ought to go back to the drawing board for a lot of other things. So given that, I'm inclined to support Matt's resolution that we eliminate the roundabout. But like Bob said, we still need to look at or continue to look at what else can we do on St. Francis. It bothers me, for example, that people can't get out of their driveways. I really thought that putting those medians at Park were a good idea, but I don't live on Park. So I don't have any answers. I'm not a traffic expert, but I do know that they impact people, and it bothers me that we can't figure out something that's going to achieve the goal of slowing down traffic, but not impact people that actually live on the street in a negative way. And like Bob said, nobody ever gets what they want. I realize that, but I think that we ought to work in that direction. So. Given all that, let me just make sure, Matt, when you made this motion, are you including the traffic improvement at Walnut?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear on that. Okay. So that's all I have. I'm going to be supporting Matt's motion.
All right. Thanks, Ron. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Part of the reason I asked Jay the question about why they didn't look at putting speed bumps further up where the roundabout was to elicit the basis of why I don't support Matt's motion, which is it was something considered by staff. And I have no problem with any of us or all of us basically playing traffic engineer and overriding the expert input and saying, well, we just don't like this, because that is ultimately our job. But I find the reason I don't support Matt's motion is because a lot of time and effort by some very talented, very experienced people went into this proposal. And as Ron, as you were just talking about, any one of these proposals has hundreds of trade-offs in it. And that's part of the reason why we have staff do them rather than us just sort of wing it from the dais, because it requires not only expertise, but the kind of time and focus spent on these particular topics and all those trade-offs to be able to understand, what's a reasonable set of alternatives or a reasonable set of trade-offs to accept. I am very concerned that if we adopt the motion which has nothing at Emerald and St. Francis, then what we're going to do is do nothing. Nothing's going to happen about the speed on the western end of St. Francis. And in fact, for all I know, it might get worse as people try and make up time from the other things that we did put in. To me, this is sort of a package. Okay, and that's in fact part of the reason why I'm willing to put the speed humps in, even though there isn't as much of a speed reduction. It's a package. It covers the entire area. You cut out a piece of it, now we're not covering as much of the area anymore. And I think there's some danger in that. So I would strongly recommend to my colleagues that with the addition of making the speed humps permanent, which even staff said that they didn't really have that much of a problem with, that we reject this current alternative motion and go back to the earlier motion.
Thank you, Mark. Bob?
I just wanted to make a comment for my colleague. Voting for this tonight doesn't preclude me from changing my mind later on if staff comes back and says, we've analyzed this the fourth time or whatever it is, and this is what we come up with. As Ron indicated, I supported roundabouts in the four corners. And I don't have, should we say, anything against it per se. I just felt that with the comments that were made by the public tonight and what I heard, I felt it should had one more look at it. And like I said, it might come back to us and they'll say, this is the best one. We've looked at this, and this. This is the best one. I would be happy to vote for it. I'm just letting my colleague know that I'm not turning it off completely.
May I, as a result of that, ask a question of staff, which is, would you please briefly describe, Jay, the alternatives that you did consider other than roundabouts? And maybe the answer is you didn't consider anything.
You're talking about up at the western end. Really, what we considered was the traffic circle, and at that location, we didn't consider other median curbs like we did at Park. We didn't consider bulb outs like we did down at Walnut. The main effort, the main emphasis, what we were trying to do was, as traffic came off the Alameda and down onto St. Francis, we were trying to get them to initially slow down. And so we felt that the mini roundabout at that location would be most effective at being able to do that. So that's the reason why we sort of centered around that as the strategy at that location.
So it was in terms of providing the most effectiveness in terms of slowing traffic down.
That's what our consultant looked at after he gathered his data and recommended that based on the position in the corridor for that location.
Matt, you want to make another comment?
Yeah, it's just more so people understand where I'm coming from. I made the motion because I heard, predominantly the comments of the people who live on the street and what they're looking for, which I think is important. Personally, I hate all this stuff. I disagree with it philosophically, because what you're doing is you're punishing 80 to 90% of the people who drive correctly for the 10% of the idiots out there who don't know how to drive through a neighborhood. And I hate that. I absolutely hate it. And one of the reasons I hate it is because I do bicycling, and the more furniture you put out there, is what, in Europe, that's what they call it, road furniture. The more furniture you put out there, the more dangerous it is for a bicyclist. Bob pointed out the danger to pedestrians at roundabouts. He's absolutely right. Roundabouts are dangerous. It's dangerous enough, like when I walk here from my house to city council meetings or city hall, and I have to cross San Carlos Avenue to do it. Even though I have the right-of-way, the light turns green, man, I'm looking back at the corner, making sure the guy that's sitting there ready to, speed off when the light turns green, he sees me. And I tell my son the same thing. Because you got all these idiotic drivers out there with cell phones and texting and everything else that aren't paying attention. So, it's difficult, but putting in more traffic furniture oftentimes just makes things more unsafe. And creating a slalom course doesn't make things any more safe either. I think one of the people talked about putting cars closer to the sidewalk with medians and so forth. I'm in disagreement with that. The other thing I'm strongly in disagreement with is approaching all of our traffic in a piecemeal fashion. Somebody mentioned earlier about, well, you do this and it's going to push cars over to Eaton or to Belmont or some other street, and that's exactly what's going to happen. I know my habits already with the roundabout that's there. I tend to go on St. Francis less. I understand what Jay's saying is that, something's going to be, the roundabout he's proposing is a little softer and not as imposing, but it's, your human nature is go a different way. So I got some other things here, but for the sake of time, I'll leave it out. I think I've made my strong points. But that said, made the proposal. I'll support it, and we can look at the other end with some other features to slow traffic down, I guess. So.
All right. Thanks, Matt. I'd just like to say a few comments. I'm going to support the motion as well. I appreciate, Jeff and staff, your attempt to push the envelope, to be innovative, to think outside the box, to think about the precedents around town and to come up with solutions that are going to work in lots of different places. But, this, as you said in your presentation, it originated from the neighborhood asking for calming measures. We've got a lot of smart people in town who live on this street, and we owe an obligation to convince them. And I didn't hear one person say I like that roundabout. And I know you described it as a disaster, and that we ought to we could be able to build something that would work. I think for something of that magnitude, we need to be able to convince people and bring people along with us. We can't do it against their objections. And I do think for both the speed humps and the roundabout, we can look at the traffic counters and the simulations, and then you also listen to people who live there for 30 years, and they know what it feels like, and that, to me, matters a lot too, and helps fill in the numbers. If the numbers and the observations are congruent, that's great. If they're different, I'm inclined to side with the people who've been living there for so long and they know their street very well. So I'm happy that we're doing something that's going to have a big impact on the street. I'm happy that we're going to do the speed humps. I think that's going to work great. I think they've worked great on Cordilleras. I think the roundabout was a great effort and a good idea. I'm not opposed to roundabouts in other parts of the city. I'm not opposed to a way in which, if we can work with the neighbors to accommodate them and convince them and get them on board and say, hey, we want this, that we do it. But I don't think we're there yet, and so I think we put that one on the shelf for now and look at some other options. So I'm inclined to call the question and have a vote. Mark, did you have anything burning? Are you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Last comment.
Jay, I'd like you to schedule some time with me to walk me through just how risky roundabouts are, because if we're actually talking about putting it in someplace else and there's some kind of lethal invention of the public works function, I'd like to understand that before those other things come before us. That's, by the way, I don't think that's actually the case, because I don't believe that you would actually have suggested something that was dangerous, but I'd like to understand that so the next time comments are made that they're fundamentally dangerous, they can be refuted.
Thank you, Mark. Any further discussion? If not, Crystal, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Basili?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes. All right. So with that, we're going to move on to item 10. I would actually like to call a 5-minute recess to allow folks to move on with their evening. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. We will reconvene.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Not to interfere with your reconvening, can we consider taking some of the items off the agenda?
Yeah, certainly. We're gonna reconvene at 10:15.
I was going to check the Warriors squad, but you said they got killed.
ask folks to take a seat or...
Thanks again.
Lisa, maybe, would you mind giving a shout in the hallway and see if there's some other council members we can round up?
Talk a little bit about the agenda.
Yeah, I was just hoping we'd have a full council so we could agree, although I suspect Bob won't object to shortening the meeting. So, hey, Bob. Okay. So there are 2 items on the agenda. So we have 4 items remaining on the agenda, and we're at 10:15. There are 2 items for which no action is necessarily required tonight, and for which I have no public comment cards. And they are item 10, which is the update on the Wheeler Plaza parking program, and item 12C, which is establishing a grant program. So I'm going to propose that we move those 2 items to the next meeting and take up in order item 11 and and the budget 12A and 12B. Any objections to that?
I don't have an objection, but I'd like to apologize to Mr. McMorrow, who's...
Yeah, I personally apologized, and to some of the staff, too, as well.
3 of us.
Yeah. Is there...
We like your project.
Any objection? Okay. I think it would be appropriate to get a resolution, or a motion to extend the meeting. If someone wants to make that motion.
I'll recommend we extend the meeting to 10:45.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yeah, because I don't think we're going to be done by 10:45.
All right. Passes on a 3-to-1 vote, 4-to-1 vote. All right. So we will now take up item 11A, which is officially consideration of introducing an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance, Title 18 of the San Carlos Municipal Code, to extend or make permanent regulations on formula business uses in the downtown core. Mr. Savay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. So what I'll do is just refresh you with regard to the basics of the regulations for the formula businesses. It applies to formula businesses with 15 or more locations in the United States, and or formula businesses that we have that want to relocate or expand by more than 10%. And these businesses would need to get a use permit and go to the Planning Commission for approval or consideration. In terms of the sunset date, the formula business use regulations would be sunsetting on Monday, September 13th, if nothing is done. A new ordinance, if you were to choose to do something different, would be needed to be introduced no later than June 27th and adopted by July 11th. That's why we're coming to you this evening. We took it to two different groups. We took it to the Planning Commission and the Economic Development Advisory Commission. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend that you let them expire. However, they said if you do continue and you want to move forward and continue with these regulations, they had some suggestions such as requiring a CUP for consolidating storefronts, strengthening some of the design standards in downtown, and removing San Carlos Avenue from the boundary and reducing the cost and time of the process. EDAC voted 3-2 to suggesting that you extend the regulations but explore ways to reduce the time and cost. And they expressed some concerns with that, as you see on the screen. And they did, the commissioners that supported the ordinance did want to ensure that downtown retains its balance and its character of tenants. In terms of the staff recommendation, we have some options for you. This is by no means all the options that you have. We wanted to provide you with some ideas, such as extending it for 6 months or a year, or making them permanent, or you could, of course, allow it to expire or provide some kind of an alternative direction. And that completes the staff presentation, and we're available to answer questions of the mayor and council.
Thank you, Al. Questions for Al? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, just a comment, having attended the Planning Commission meeting myself. I thought I heard the commissioners also express interest in a couple of other potential ideas, one about requiring conditional use permits for retail storefronts above a certain size. In terms of square footage. They seem to be intrigued by that possibility, and I think there was also a little bit of commentary about the notion of perhaps adopting regulations governing look and feel as opposed to this approach. So I just wanted to pass that out for people's benefit.
Thank you, Mark. Other questions? All right, hearing none, I have 5 speaker cards this evening. Our first speaker tonight is Rubik Gregorian. Good evening, sir.
I was hoping that I would be last. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Rubik Gregorian, and I own a building in San Carlos. It's the one on the corner of San Carlos Avenue and El Camino, and it's known as the Drake Building. I owned it, I purchased it in 1997, and I purchased it as a tool for my retirement. That's what I did. Basically, I'm sure that the other speakers will talk about the other issues, but I just want to emphasize one point that is very important to me. And that's basically the location and the rentability of the building, and the challenges that the landlords have to bring in a tenant that would have a business that would succeed. Basically, San Carlos Avenue is the gateway to the downtown, and it's not really the heart of the downtown, and that's when you just enter into the downtown. And specifically, the beginning of the San Carlos Avenue is a very tough spot for retail business. And I say that because I have experienced that. And from 1997 to 2010, I had 18 businesses that came to that location, to 3 locations that I had there. And all of them failed. And I was lucky, basically, to get AT&T. Actually, it's another company that does business as AT&T, to take the corner building. And the corner unit is basically a unit that is more suitable for a business that needs the visibility, and it's more like a destination business, not like a restaurant that people casually go. Among the 18 businesses that I had there, that most of them failed, and was basically, I had 4 chain stores that they came, and if there's a concern that chain stores will come there and occupy the San Carlos, I would just assure you that that area at least is not suitable for chain business. I had Sonoma Valley.
Excuse me, sir, your time has expired. If you could just finish your last thought.
So basically the process of getting a permit also is very difficult. You have to pay like $8,000 and wait for 3 months, and that's going to be a huge difficulty for the landlords. And so basically I'm hoping that there are some other issues that unfortunately I don't have time. So I'm hoping that the council will basically decide to let this thing expire. Because it would really put a lot of hardship on specifically people on the San Carlos Avenue and my business. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Grace Lau. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Johnston and members of the council. I'm Grace Lau with Expedia Cruise Ship Centers. I'm actually the first and only business, I think, that's been impacted by this ordinance. And I wanted to say, just give my point of view, that had I known about this happening before, I would have definitely chosen not to have started my business here. Having gone through this previously with San Mateo, I had negotiated a lease and then had found out that a travel business was not allowed in the downtown core of San Mateo on the ground floor, and would have required a conditional use permit. And I had actually, spoken to the landlord. They were not willing to go through that with me and hold on rent and all that. So that's why, I abandoned that, and I continued to look, and I went to Burlingame and San Carlos, and San Carlos had actually approved, the planning department had approved me. So that was back in October 23rd, and this came about on November 23rd, and my lease was signed on December 8th, but I didn't know about this, and so I got caught in the middle of it, and that now has cost me the $8,500 for the process, as well as 3 months rent, because my landlord was not willing to kind of let that go. And so all in all, this ended up increasing my cost, by $22,000, and no one showed up at the public hearing. There was no public comment, and it was just a really painful thing for a small business. I'm a minority female-owned business. It's a small franchised business, and it cost me quite dearly, because that was our time, our busiest time of the year. It was when I should have been open. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Our next speaker is Les Girdlestone.
Fast as I can. What's interesting is that everyone sitting up here has sat in the hot seat before, meaning you've all been mayors before. I find that interesting. I think this ordinance is strictly, let me back up here for a second. This emergency ordinance, I think, is no more than a philosophical idea of what you think may be good for the city. All of you, 3 of you have MBAs. You're all college graduates. If somebody came to you with this proposal as a business proposal, the first thing you would say is, what facts, what data, what study have you done to support this? You have nothing. Nothing's been presented about, is this good for the city? Is it good for the business community? Is it good for the property owners? You have nothing but a philosophical idea right now. The constituents I talk to aren't concerned about franchises. They say, please don't bring another restaurant to town. We are sick and tired of restaurants. We need thriving retail in town. We're not getting that. Now, with regards to the fee, you can lower the fee, you can lower the time, but as a landlord, you're just shutting us out. You're not giving us the option of bringing in a franchise. And I'm not talking about the big box stores, the Bevmos, the Cheesecake Factory and all that. I'm not talking about that, because you can take care of that in a heartbeat with a square footage. What I'm talking about is the small business owner who's a sole proprietorship that owns a franchise that wants to come in who's looking for no more than 1,500 or 2,000 square feet, and you're slamming the guy. You are just slamming them, because if somebody came into town prior to Bundt Cakes and all they were going to do is be a bakery, you would process them in. A Bundt Cake comes in a sole proprietorship, but they're a franchise, you're going to slam them. You're going to charge them $8,500. You're going to have to wait 3 or 4 months. We may say yes, we say may no. We don't have to give you any criteria, and it's non-refundable. So I don't see anything in this that helps the city, and you're putting it 100% on the back of the property owners. I wish I had more time, but, quick study. Last week in the Wall Street Journal and on CNBC, there was a report about the spending habits of millennials. Now, that's the children of the baby boomers. The study says 54% of their purchasing is done on the internet. 54% of an entire generation currently is purchasing via the internet. So if you're a business owner downtown, that has got to scare you, because they have no need to come downtown. They may not want to come downtown. Why, on my smartphone at work or sitting at home, my shoes, my dog food, the kids reading books can all arrive at the front door before I get home? It scares those people running the business. It scares me as a property owner. Am I looking at vacancies in the future? And if I have vacancies in the future, who can we bring in? Well, we can't bring in franchise people because they're not going to go through the process. I think the ordinance is flawed. I don't think it's well thought out. I don't think you have any information. I don't see where it's any benefit to the city. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Susan Hanna. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Susan Hanna. I'm the owner of Arranged for Comfort. It's a sole corporation, small business, woman-owned business. I have enjoyed being on Laurel Street for 5 years. Laurel Street in San Carlos offered me an opportunity to finally get the American dream, which is to have an idea and to let it grow. And we are thriving. We're a solid little business over there, bringing people in from all over the Bay Area. So what I'm noticing is that people are starting to see the changes, and so all of a sudden, last week I was walking down Laurel Street, and this gentleman had an empty bottle of vitamins in his hand, and he went to the natural food store, and it was gone. And people are starting to feel the impact of the infill. Down Laurel Street, there's a big building going up. On Walnut, there's a big cement wall now, and people are starting to feel it, and they're starting to feel the loss, and they're expressing it, and I'm hearing it. And I get it about the millennials, but that's not true about everything, because I'm getting them in my store. So they're not buying everything online. I buy a fair amount myself, but I also know enough to support small businesses, and I go out of my way to do that, even if it costs me 50 cents more, because I want that store to be there next time I need it. And so I really appreciate hearing the other points of view, and maybe things can be tweaked, as we just saw with the street. So maybe it needs some more work, but really, before we open the floodgates, Cameron said it so well at that city council meeting, where he said Laurel Street is the heart of our city, and I don't want to lose it. We can't get it back once it's gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Vic Belushian. Good evening, sir.
Mayor Johnson, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I owned 1125 San Carlos Avenue, right close to El Camino. I've had the building since '76 when I started as a very young man. I had a restaurant there, Vic's Family Restaurant, some of you might remember. My brother and I still own the building. We sold the business a long time ago. And I am really concerned. 1100 block of San Carlos Avenue is a very difficult place to bring tenants in. Last time when I had a tenant who didn't make it, took off town, he owed me 7 months rent and I could never get a hold of him. The place sat vacant for 13 more months. I couldn't find anybody. I found a person who is there now, the Red Hot Chili Pepper. I had to give him 6 months free rent to get in. This is 5 or 6 years ago. I basically gave the store away for today's prices, fraction of what it's worth today. If I had to give him a 20 years lease, 6 months free rent. And so, nevertheless, a major part of my retirement plan was compromised because of this one situation. I know that was hard times. 6 years ago is not comparable to today. Just plain bad luck on my behalf. The vacancy happened at that time. But I do have to tell you, all the big businesses in downtown is in Laurel Street. It's not San Carlos Avenue. I'm surprised that San Carlos Avenue is included in this ordinance. I think that it really should be exempt because it's difficult. Even all the parking that's coming, if you really think about it, that parking is going to help Laurel Street. It's not going to help me. You ask anyone you want, they can't park half block away from your store. They're angry at you and I used to get this every day. People would come yelling at me because they couldn't find parking, and what they meant by that was they parked a half a block away or something. They think you should provide them a parking spot in front of the door for them to come in. So it is difficult. And I think that it is, I am a small property owner. It is my retirement plan, my brother's retirement plan, and I'm worried that if the economy goes back again to what it used to be, it would be a problem. I really am, genuinely concerned about what this could be when I'm 75 years old and the economy turns upside down again. So please allow at least San Carlos Avenue to be exempt. I think other less drastic measures might be considered to be really nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who is wishing to speak on public comment on this item? If not, I have, let me go here. Matt's light is on.
Can I make a motion to close the public hearing?
You may.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasili?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Johnson?
Yes. No, thank you. Matt, you want to make a comment or?
Yeah. Well, first thing, I don't think we should do anything that would allow Vic to retire because he's such a hard worker and important to our economy. So
We can put that in the resolution.
yes, we could. Yeah. No, I was going to propose that we actually don't take an action on this item and that we send it back to staff and ask them to bring us something that approaches things a little differently. I think there were some really good comments tonight. I think this lady with her comment about being she's a travel agency. It's a lot of travel agencies are set up that way where they're a franchise. I even think Bunt Cakes, I've been in there a number of times. My wife loves the place. And we got to talking to the lady that owns it, and she owns a little franchise. She lives in San Carlos. So I don't think that's the kind of thing that we're trying to, I don't want to say the word eliminate, but it's not the kind of business we're trying to make things more difficult for. I think that in my mind, when I got on the bandwagon with this is when I saw, 3 businesses get dislocated because one of our friends in town who likes to go around buying buildings and tearing them down and rebuilding them was going to kick out the tenants, and he did, essentially, and then told them, word on the street, at least to me, was you guys can come back after having your businesses closed while I do my construction and pay twice the rent. That's to me, unacceptable. And so my effort, and the reason I jumped on with Cameron on this, is because I don't want to see our small businesses who've been in town for years and are hardworking people have the rug pulled out from underneath them. And all of those businesses that had that done to them, they know the value of San Carlos, and they managed to find other places to stay. The Cigars and More moved to the El Camino, Plantation moved down where the ice cream shop was, and I forget what the third business was, but actually one of them, the place my wife gets her nails done and everything, they moved to Belmont, and I was sad to see them leave our town. And then the frame guy, I don't really know what happened to so he managed to stay in town. So that, you can see that San Carlos is a place that businesses want to stay. I don't think actually San Carlos Avenue has anything to do with this, because if you look at it, you're just really looking at the block between Laurel Street and El Camino, because the guy that we let leave here earlier, he's going to be rebuilding that whole other block that's across from the Samtrans building. It doesn't need to apply to the Samtrans building. So I think what we could do is give this back to staff and say, eliminate San Carlos Avenue. At least that's what I would say. Look at smaller franchise firms. Is there a way we can tweak this so it's not hurting those kinds of people? And one of the things I would wonder is if there's not some type of, there's two things that I could see looked at. Just like we do with banks and salons and some other businesses, say that if you're going to have a franchise business, you can't have another one until you get so many doors away or something, to spread them out, and so that it's not such a invitation to have such density. Mr. Girdlestone, you wrote us a thing about Burlingame and Palo Alto and some other city in there, Menlo Park, I think. And actually, my response to that, and I respect you a great deal, believe me, but I read that and I thought, no, that's the point. We don't want to be Burlingame. We don't want to be Palo Alto. We want to be San Carlos. And I think you understand that. Yeah, okay. Well, good. So perhaps there's some way to give a historic designation to the downtown that includes this idea of family-run businesses or family-owned businesses or whatever you want to call it, however you term it. I don't know if that's a possibility, or, like I said, the other thing, at least creating some separation, so if you have one here, you can't have another one until you get, so many doors down. But if we could just, other council members may have some other comments if you want to go this route of just, let's give it back to staff and have them come back with something else.
Ron, you want to make some comments? Thanks, Matt.
I was going to actually, I guess we need to wait for a motion, but I was going to make a modified motion that, so if you want, I'll just do it now. Okay. Just a couple things that I think we might want to explore. One would be, because I got a lot of feedback, I visited with several business members of the business community, including Lester and the Bosches, the owner of Nothing But Cakes. Also got a call from John Bayer, and I actually called Los Gatos because I found out that they've had a formula business ordinance in effect for about 10 years, and I got some good feedback on that. But one of the things, one of the modifications that I propose we make is to eliminate the requirement for second floor businesses, so that they don't have to pay that increased fee, and that we don't even impose a formula business ordinance on any business that's located on the second floor. The other change I propose that we make is that maybe we create sort of a special business use permit that allows for smaller businesses, smaller franchises that occupy a certain amount of less square footage, a smaller amount of square footage. I had come up with a number of 3,500, but I don't want to propose that exact number, because I would like to see staff sort of research and come up with a number. And that fee that special use permit fee would be 50% of whatever we're charging for a normal use permit. So those are the two things. And I also like staff's the comment that staff made about eliminating San Carlos Avenue. So you can actually consider that a third change.
Can I just ask a clarification?
Sure.
You said on the square footage, are you saying that it would be a lower fee for smaller square footage, or it would be a lower fee for smaller square footage if you're a franchisee? You sort of said both of those things in there. I wasn't sure if it was...
Well, my intent, I guess I'm thinking of them along the same lines. So the smaller franchisee probably is going to need smaller square footage. They have less foot traffic, they have less revenue, they tend to be family-owned. An Apple store is going to be a destination. They're going to demand more parking. They're going to have a lot of people going to want to drive here to purchase their products. But when you look at like a Susie Cakes or Nothing But Cakes, these are, one of the things I learned is that there are franchises and then there are franchises. There's McDonald's as a franchise and Burger King as a franchise, but Nothing But Cakes is a franchise, and it's a smaller family-run franchise that it doesn't have an intention to make a superstore out of it. So I'm trying to find a way to accommodate.
But we're you need a motion. Fingers on the trigger here, so
yep.
Please go ahead.
Make a motion to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
All right.
Sorry, Ron.
No, I completely understand.
Okay,
So
can I
that's where I'm going with this. I welcome any input.
Excuse me, I just wanted to make a comment. I think we had this discussion at the Planning Commission level and earlier when the council was considering this, but my recommendation would not be to try and create tonight especially a distinction between franchise businesses and company-owned businesses, both of which might be formula businesses, and just focus on if the intention is to have a different regulation for smaller spaces, for example, very objective. I think that'd be the better approach. You probably are accomplishing some of what you're trying to accomplish.
That's what I'm trying to accomplish, and I expected some guidance, so thank you.
I think Mark has his light on, and then we'll go to you, Matt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make the observation that, as far as I can tell, everything that people are talking about here, actually, what we're looking to regulate, I would argue, has nothing to do with one small exception, with the ownership structure of the business. We're talking about, and that's echoed in all the comments I've heard from business owners and residents in town and whatnot. It's things about appearance. It's things about scale of stores. It's things about parking impacts or whatnot. All of those, I just want to be really clear for my colleagues, all of those I think are very legitimate issues to address, and I am perfectly fine with tasking staff to come back with some recommendations on how we actually regulate those things. Ron, I would probably take a little bit different approach. Instead of making a special provision for smaller stores, I'd probably say smaller stores don't have any hoops to jump through regardless of what they are, but if it's bigger than a certain size store, then you have a hoop to jump through regardless of whether you're owned by a corporation or a franchisee or whatnot, because it's the size of the store. I don't want to see a giant Apple store come in on I'll probably get burned at the stake for this. I don't want to see a giant Apple store necessarily come in on Laurel Street either. Not because it's an Apple store, not because it's corporate owned, but because it's a giant store. So that's what I want to stop. Matt's comment, or maybe it was Les's comment about he's heard from people that there are too many restaurants. I've heard that too. And we actually have a precedent where we've said we limit the number of nail salons and we limit the number of banks. And that, to me, is very similar to what Matt was talking about, that maybe what we ought to do is establish some things that say certain classes of business, you either, Matt's idea of you have to have a minimum separation or just a maximum number of them in the downtown area. That's effectively what we have with banks and nail salons right now. I think that's a much more fruitful way to go than basically focusing on the ownership structure, because regulating those other things, that's really what we're concerned about. I mean, who owns it? I mean, a good attorney and a good finance guy can come up with all sorts of ownership structures. We should focus on what people are living with, what people are being impacted by. So that's just my observation.
Thanks, Mark. Matt, you mind if I interject a few comments in response to what Ron said, and then we'll swing it over to you? I appreciate everyone's comments, and Ron, I appreciate your looking to kind of make some reasonable modifications. I support some reasonable modifications. The reason that I proposed this originally, as I talked about the last time, is that yes, downtown is an economic entity, but first and foremost, I think it's public space. It's where Girl Scouts sell their cookies. It's where we hold the farmers market. It's where people spend time. We have lots of areas in town that are almost entirely dedicated towards commerce. If you look at the San Carlos Marketplace down on Industrial Ave, it's all chain stores. It works great. It generates a lot of sales tax revenue, but nobody ever says, hey, you want to go hang out at the San Carlos Marketplace. We don't put park benches there. We don't put bike racks there. We don't hang banners there. We set it aside for commerce. And downtown means a lot of different things. And the economic component is an important one. But I would say, talking to residents, that the aesthetic look and feel, the symbol of what downtown represents, and the emotional connection that they have to the city of San Carlos supersedes incremental tax revenue that comes from downtown. And for many years, businesses would go out and people would email and say, well, can't you do anything? And I said, well, no, there's nothing that can be done. And then I learned that, hey, there's a lot of cities around California that have a very tried and tested way of regulating businesses that have national branding. And it's really just a question to people as to, if you have a downtown that has a Chipotle next to a Jamba Juice next to a Subway sandwiches, does that matter? Does it matter? And I can tell you, and I say this with all due objectivity, because I proposed it, I put it out there, I wrote an op-ed, I've talked to people, I've gotten more positive comments from people in town about this than anything I've ever done on the city council. And I continue to get it. And it's because people feel like they want this very small area of town to stay core to what San Carlos is. And they know that with the growth of the economy, they see it reflected all over, not just Burlingame, Redwood City, Palo Alto, but all over they see growth. And they want to hold on to a certain aesthetic, a certain feel, a certain emotional connection to a sense of place where they spend time all the time with their friends and family, every day, every weekend. And we have a very legitimate public policy tool to do that. I think that, Ron, you said, hey, this shouldn't apply to the second story. I totally agree. Whatever business is on the second story has no impact on the emotional feel of the town. I really think that potentially the number of locations that we have it set at 15 locations. I would be fine if we raised that. I'd be fine if we said 15 locations in California. What I'm most concerned about is national chains with national branding that are genericized and take away from a sense of place. I'm up for reducing the fee. This isn't going to come up that much. It's not a big revenue generator for the city. I would be fine cutting the fee across the board. And then, the concern about how long it takes, I'd be fine if we can figure out with staff a way to expedite it. But I hope that we don't get too micro-focused on the specific regulation and lose the larger picture, which is, I think that people are saying in town, there's growth and development, it's changing where I live, it's changing how I interact with people, and I want to hold on to some core attributes of what my town represents. And I think we have a responsibility, given that we have tools to do that, to do it. So I'll swing it over to Matt, but I hope that we can see our way towards a modification that captures the spirit of what we're trying to do here and tries to make it, less onerous, work more successfully, seem less heavy-handed, et cetera. So, Matt.
Try to make this as quick as possible. You addressed some of what I was going to say. So, when Ron was talking about reducing the fee and so forth for these small franchises, the concern I would have with that still is like this lady is talking about, it still means to grab that space, you have to rent it and then go through the process, and the process takes time. So that's a cost to anybody like that who has to pay 3 months rent and they're not even in there, and they don't even know if they have it for sure because the planning commission, whatever, may say, no, we don't want that. So that's why I would look at however this gets developed, that it would look at the smaller franchise differently, the type of franchise where it's going to be a business owned by someone who's fairly local, maybe they live in San Carlos or Belmont or Redwood City, but they're local, and they tend to hire people who are more local as well. And then you get what Brian Kimmel, the guy that owns the music store, talked about in his email that he sent to us. He's got people that come into his shop in this little community, and they talk to each other, and he talks to them because they live in town. So that's why I would come back. I don't know if there's any way to do this, but if staff could do some magic and figure out a way to give some type of historic designation that incorporates that idea of, because that's what we're trying to keep, is the historic, nostalgic, what Cameron was talking about. Mark, you mentioned, the impetus for this, and I just want to get this out there quickly. My impetus, Cameron's talking about the residents, and the people come downtown and use it. My impetus is more the business owners, that are getting dislocated because it is such a great downtown, and they're, not all landlords, but there are landlords out there or developers out there who are just looking how to make a buck and then leave a mess, in my opinion. And there's no loyalty to this person who's had their business there for 25 years and suddenly the rug gets pulled out. And I was looking for something that we could do to protect those businesses. So.
Thanks, Matt. Ron, did you have further comments? Had your light on? Or?
Actually, no.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Mark, did you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of time, I'm going to limit my comments to a metaphor based on a comment that somebody made earlier. I don't remember if it was one of the public speakers or somebody on the dais. And the term that was used is that the downtown is the heart of San Carlos, or it's one of the hearts of San Carlos. It's the heart of San Carlos. And what struck me about that, and so therefore we need to preserve it. What struck me about that, one of the things that surprised me many years ago when I was, my educational background's in molecular biology, one of the things that I found really fascinating is at age 60, as I am now, almost none of the cells in my body were actually the same ones that were there even 15 years ago. Your heart is not the same organ, it's not the same cells that it was a number of years ago, but it's still a heart. And what happens when you have a living process and a living system is that things change, but the essence is still there. That's why we all still have hearts, even though the cells are not the same as they were original. And I'd be willing to guarantee you that if we were to go down the dais here, or take any sample of people in San Carlos that we wanted, what the heart of downtown meant to them in terms of particular stores and stuff are different. It's different because of depending on when they moved here and what they got used to and what they enjoyed going to, some of which is still here and some of which is not. My biggest concern about regulations that look to change or slow down that potential turnover is frankly that I worry about what it's going to do in the long run to our downtown. Okay, that I want to make sure that it remains vital. It's important that it not be taken over by big stores. It's important that it not be taken over by plastic and kitsch and all that kind of stuff. But there are ways of regulating that, and plenty of communities do that. And if it were me, that's what I would task staff with doing, is to go back and how do you preserve the look and feel, the ecology of the downtown, the size of the stores, and let's adopt rules for that. For one thing, those are much easier to quantify. They're not as judgmental. And so they're a much stronger signal to people about what kinds of businesses we want here, and we won't have people who sign a lease and then find out, oh, I got to jump through this extra hoop, and maybe I make it and maybe I don't. So I just ask you to think about that as we move forward to voting on this.
Thanks, Mark.
Shall we do a new motion to extend the meeting since we're getting close?
We're good till 11:15, so.
See 11:15? Sorry.
Oh, you had 11? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Yep, please do.
I've just moved to extend the meeting to 11:15.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay. So I'm trying to see if either of the gentlemen to my right or left would like to make a motion. I'd be happy to put one together. and see if I can get support for it.
Incorporating what you've heard from Matt and me and Mark.
Yeah. So
go for it.
Here's how I'm feeling. You know, I understand that there is concern, and I understand that there are, you know, there's trepidation about feeling like we're being overly regulatory, overly onerous, et cetera. At the same time, I continue to feel that this is the right way forward for our downtown, and that, you know, we are better served to continue to give the public a say than we are finding ourselves in a position where stores have turned over, we have lots of chain stores downtown, and we have no recourse at that point. But I appreciate the desire to kind of take an incremental approach here. So, I mean, the motion that I would make would be to extend it for a year, to exclude the second story, to change the number of locations. Today it's 15 locations, is that right, Al? So, and that's nationwide. So my preference is 10 locations in the state of California, because that's really the set that people are concerned about. If there's a chain in Maine that's really popular and they want to put one in California and we're the first location, I don't think that has any impact to downtown. So I would make it 10 locations in California, and I would cut the fee in half, because I don't think that it's going to come up that much, and I don't think that it is a significant moneymaker for the city. So that would be my motion. Can I get a second? Anyone want to make an alternative motion?
I'll make an alternative motion to try to, just have one quick question.
Yeah.
Cut the fee in half, I certainly agree with that. The timeline, is the timeline still 90 days, Al? Is that arbitrary, or is that just?
That's an arbitrary thing. We try and do it as fast as we can. Complexity depends on the type of business and the amount of public input. We can do 8 weeks, you know, to move it forward. So that's probably getting to be 6 to 8 weeks is probably the best we can do with the staff that we have.
I understand. And again, I'm not trying to put you under the gun. I'm just asking a question. So I would make an alternative motion that we make it 6 months instead of a year.
Okay.
And then it'll end, or it's theoretically to come up at the first of the year, right at the end of the year.
If I may on that, maybe 7 months would be better to get you past the first of the year, since you do council reorg stuff and don't have much of a calendar in December.
7 months, but I need a second if there is one, and maybe there isn't. So
I'll second it. I just don't like the reduction from 15 to 10. But in the end, I think that I don't think it really matters. You know?
May I suggest a tweak on that, because I just wanted to ask a question. Cameron, I thought your comment about, you know, if there's a chain in the Northeast, I think you said Maine, and somebody wants to open a store out in California, and it's the first one, what difference does it make? What struck me there is, having spent the first half of my life in California after I moved here, living in Southern California, that same argument could be applied between Southern California and the Bay Area, because they're essentially two significant markets. So I wonder whether or not folks might want to think about drawing the circle a little smaller and talking about chains operating within, I don't know what the greater Bay Area is, but there's probably some concept like that. Just something for you to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to that. Again, my desire here is focused on national chains, you know, where there's thousands of national locations.
Well, you can make it the 9 Bay Area counties.
Yeah.
Okay, so the alternative motion then that I would propose is 7 months, 9 Bay Area counties. Was it 10? I'm sorry.
10 locations.
10 locations
in the 9 Bay Area
and
counties.
Instead of 90 days, we do 6 to 8 weeks. And again, that depends on staff. Hopefully by 8 weeks it would happen with a 7-month life.
And no second floor.
And no second floor, right? No second floor.
What about the San Carlos Avenue exclusion? That was a planning commission recommendation.
Okay, I'll go with that too. Eliminate San Carlos Avenue.
I'll second that.
We cut them in half.
You cut them in half, sorry. Cut them in half, sorry.
May I ask a question now? Okay. So we're giving ourselves another 7 months. Is staff in the meantime going to look at all these different ideas that everybody bantied about from all the way from Mark?
Suppose if we give them direction.
That's what I want to know, because I don't want to just keep voting for these things, and I want to see something that's really worth keeping on the books for
I don't know if
a
it'll
while.
make you feel better, because it probably won't, but this will be the last time I'm voting for this.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Bob, in the sense I'm not looking for something like this. I'm not looking for necessarily conditional use permit and extra time and fees. I'm looking for something that is a substantial ordinance that...
And I'm not sure we need one, but go ahead.
Well, okay, but, I'm not sure either until, I think staff has given the time to chew on some of the ideas that have been bandied about. Like, for instance, I like Mark's idea about square footage. I do think there's an element to that. So that's my question to the council. Are we giving direction to staff to use the time, the 7 months, to really look at something?
If I may, my intent in making this motion and extending it the extra 7 months was to see how it goes and to have staff evaluate it. And at the end of, and when it comes up for us to make another decision, at that time, we get input from staff, and then we make a decision then. Do we want to tweak it more, or do we want to kill it? That was one of the part of the motion I was originally going to make. So I think that's, by extending this 7 months, we're going to find out. If it's not working, then we either make the changes or we end it.
For me, if I may, Mr. Mayor, it makes it hard for me to support it, because that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for necessarily conditional use permit, extra fees and all that. I'm looking for something that would be on the books, that would really offer some permanent protection, because it's like this lady running her furniture store. I want her to know there's something on the books that's going to protect your business. The rug is not going to be pulled out from underneath you. And yeah, Bob, you're sitting there shaking your head, and I understand what you're saying, but there needs to be some respect given to people who put their whole life into a business and locate in a town, and just because they're not the property owner doesn't mean they should just get mowed over because some developer wants to come in and change everything. That, to me, is, and maybe I feel this strongly, if I may say, because I watched this happen to my dad, and it killed him at 55. And that's why I'm so passionate about it, and that's why I love our downtown business owners, because my father tried to live that American dream, and it was taken away from him by a greedy developer. And I have a hatred for that, a passion in my bones because of that. So excuse me for getting so passionate, but I'm sorry, that's the way I feel about it.
All right. Well, thanks, Matt. What I would say is, when this was originally proposed, there was conversation about two different ways of looking at it. One was about essentially measures that would protect incumbent businesses, and then there was another about regulating the kinds of businesses that could come into downtown. And reflecting back the discussions, and I think where the rest of the council members are, I didn't see support, and we didn't see a lot of precedent for regulations about protecting incumbent businesses, either through rent control or other things. And so I think that's where we find ourselves at the moment. And so we moved more towards trying to encourage small businesses and to give them a leg up in the downtown relative to chain stores. And so that's where we are tonight. Are there any other comments? We have a motion and a second.
Who was the second? Ron, okay. And just as a point of clarification, the 7 months would start running when the ordinance took effect? Tonight, second reading, how do you want it? It's not September.
Tonight.
Tonight, 7 months from tonight.
It's at January.
Yep, January.
So, just so I understand, that would require us to vote in December to extend? If it expires? I mean, we're having this conversation several months in.
Just say by the end of January 2017. Does that work?
I like that a lot better, so we don't run into this thing where we had to accelerate it by
But
3
again,
months.
I mean, the reason that we're having to do like a conversation and a second reading and all that stuff in order to hit that deadline, this is the same thing we went through last time. So,
I'm just trying to avoid this coming to you in December.
Right.
Typically, you don't really have action items in December, you're just reorganizing. January seems like the appropriate month to have this come back to you.
As was mentioned, end of January. That way we have a meeting in January.
Hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, there's this 30.
Yeah, it was Cameron saying, yeah.
How about we say this comes back to you in January, and then you'll need it to not expire until the end of February, because if you introduce something, it could take 30 days to replace it. In other words, we're trying to give you the option of not having a gap if you don't want an option. So how about the end of February with the staff saying this comes back to council in January?
Okay.
and with that, okay, we have a motion and a second, and I don't think there's any further discussion. And Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gassilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Can I just, before we leave this item, I just want to make sure that the ordinance number is, did you do that, Crystal?
1505.
Budget in 5 minutes.
Okay. And with that, we'll move on to item 12B, consideration of approving a resolution adopting a fiscal year 2016 to 2018 two-year operating capital budget for the city of San Carlos. Ms. Mendenhall.
Hi, good evening. Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. Given the late hour and the fact that we spent 2 full days on study sessions reviewing the budget, just real quickly before you tonight are 3 resolutions. One is the adoption of the 2-year operating and capital budget, which incorporates all of your feedback, comments, and direction from those study sessions. There's a resolution establishing the GAN limit and the adoption of financial policies. And real quickly on the financial policies, again, given the direction at the study session, we've increased the economic uncertainty reserve, the floor from the minimum from 10% to 12.5%. And that's all been incorporated in the budget that's before you tonight. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions for staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Well, I'll ask is if there's any public wishing to comment on this.
Mr. Mayor, I will move that we adopt Resolution 2016-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos adopting the fiscal year 2016 to 2018 two-year operating and capital budget for the City of San Carlos.
Second.
Do I need to read the I and the 1 and the 2 as well?
Just 3 different motions.
Yeah.
All right, so just make them all? Or do we vote one by one?
Separately.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, Crystal, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gassilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
I vote.
Absent. And Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
All right. All right, I move to adopt Resolution 2016-59,
59.
a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos electing the population and price adjustment factors and establishing the 2016-2017 appropriations limit of the City of San Carlos pursuant to California Constitution Article 13B in Section 7900 ET-SEQ of the California Government Code.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Crystal, could you call the roll?
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gassilli?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert? Absent. Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
All right, and finally, I move to adopt Resolution 2016-
60.
60, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos approving financial policies.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I'll just say that I'm very happy that we're raising the reserve from 10% to 12.5%. The good times are not going to continue forever, so thank you. Any further discussion? Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Basili?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert absent, and Mayor Johnson.
Yes. And with that, we are adjourned.